a gathering of great minds, and that gathering comes alive when we have the right start to it.
Today, it is a great honor that we have one such great mind, Dr. Vijay Sendil, MS Orthopedics, Managing Director of GVN Hospital and GVN Riverside Hospital, Trichy.
The purpose of FLASH is to bring together professionals, researchers, and student clinicians to heighten professional development, exchange ideas, and integrate new protocols with best practices.
Most important conversation of our day. Always pray to have eyes that sees the best in people, a heart to forgive the worst, a mind to forget the bad, and a soul that never lose faith in God. I request Ms. Pushpa Saruna and Ms. Regina to lead us with a prayer. Let us all rise for the invocations.
I bow down towards your holy temple and give thanks to your name for your steadfast love and your faithfulness. For you have exalted your name and your word above everything. The Lord will fulfill his purpose for me. Your steadfast love, O Lord, endures forever. This is the word of the Lord. Thanks be to God.
Thank you for filling us with your presence right now. We praise you for your miraculous blessings that you have showered upon us. Loving Father, we specially pray for our 7th series of FLASH conference. Bless the effort of our hands, guide us and help us all these 3 days of the conference and make this a grand success. Lord, we pray for our chief guest. Bless him with your abundant grace. Almighty Lord, shower your enormous blessing upon our Mother Superior, Principal, Secretary, Head of the Department, staff and students who contributed a great initiation and incessant works for these days. Lord, bless the resource persons who traveled all the way for their presence and willingness in sharing their expertise with us. Lord, fill us everyone with your wisdom and knowledge. May this conference enable us to update in the field of speech and hearing, so that we may bring glory to you in all that we do. All this we ask in the precious name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen.
Morning to one and all gathered here. As for that, in the good soil, they are those who facilitative learning and advancement in speech and hearing. HCC FLASH Series 7, Clinical Audiology in a nutshell, tackling challenges and beyond, has been evolved and organized meticulously. I am indeed privileged and honored to welcome you this morning. This beautiful reality would never have been possible without the constant hand of the Almighty. Hence, I invoke blessings of Almighty and seek His mighty presence throughout the conference. When the winds of change blow, some people build walls and others build windmills, and yes, we have such great patrons, Dr. Sister Annie Xavier, Secretary, Holy Cross College, who always supports throughout our journey. We welcome our dear sister in her absence. Encouraging others is the most insightful gift one can give. For the results of it are lifted spirits, increased self-worth and a hopeful future. One such person is our dynamic principal, Reverend Dr. Sister Isabella Rajakumari, who encourages and guides us in the right pathway and help us to succeed in all our endeavors. A genial welcome, you dear sister. A special note of welcome to our Vice Principal, Reverend Dr. Sister Judy Gomes, Dr. Maurice Princey, Dr. Josephine, for the innovative ideas and constant support. The best way to find yourself is to lose yourself in the service of others. The highest art of the doctor is to bring joy into the healing hands of many. On this memorable day, we have a such doctor from GVN family, our chief guest, Dr. V.J. Serindel MS, orthopedic surgeon and managing director, GVN Riverside Hospital, Tiruchirappalli, who renders service to the poor and downtrodden people for the past 3 centuries. A hearty welcome to you, sir. On behalf of my colleagues, a convivial welcome to the Controller of Examination, Reverend Sister Lizzie George, IQAC Coordinator, Deans, Heads and staff of various departments of Holy Cross College. A leader inspires others to dream more, learn more, do more and to become as one. I extend a pleasant welcome to our enthusiastic academic coordinator, Reverend Dr. Sister Luthi Mary, who has been an inspiration for all of us to reach greater heights in her absence. A special note of welcome to Sister Euphrasie. Leadership is not being in charge, it's about caring for those who are in charge of the team of FLASH Series 7 is led by dear Sir Dr. Sundaresan, organizing chairperson, who always cares and sets greater goals for us to excel. A grateful welcome to you, our dear sir. I take this opportunity to gratefully welcome all the eminent speakers of HCC FLASH Series 7 who has accepted our humble invitation and present here. A welcome to you all, ma'am and sir. With great joy and happiness, I hereby welcome all the professional delegates and student delegates from SRM Medical College Hospital and Research Center Chennai, Arubadai Medical College and Hospital Puducherry, Murph Institute of Speech and Hearing Chennai, National Institute for Empowerment of Persons with Multiple Disabilities Chennai, Nurul Islam Center for Higher Education Kanyakumari, Sri Ramachandra Institute of Higher Education Chennai, All India Institute of Speech and Hearing Mysuru, Christian Medical College and Hospital Vellore, AWH Special College Calicut and Zimmer Puducherry. All of your presence definitely brings an energetic ambience for the conference. A favored welcome to press, media persons, administrative, technical and other supportive staff, and finally here is a hearty welcome and big and warm enough to encompass all my colleagues and dear students of HCC family. As the organizing secretary of 7 series of FLASH on clinical audiology in a nutshell, tackling challenges and beyond, I take immense pleasure in welcoming each one of you gathered here to the inaugural function. Once again, I welcome you all. Thank you.
100 years and are looking forward to greater success in future. I call upon our charismatic principal, Reverend Dr. Sister Isabella Rajakumari, to share a few words with us.
Distinguished guests on the days and off the days, esteemed guest Dr. V.J. Senthil, MS, Orthopedics, Managing Director, GVN Hospital, Riverside, Trichy. Distinguished speakers on the days, Dr. K. Rajalakshmi, Professor and Head of Audiology, AVMC, Puducherry. Dr. Animesh Barman, Professor of Audiology, Ayush, Mysuru. Dr. Prasant Prabhu, P. Assistant Professor of Audiology, Ayush, Mysore. And other distinguished speakers, respected faculty, Reverend Sisters, Vice Principals, and student delegates from different parts of Tamil Nadu, Kerala and Karnataka, and all our dear participants and our faculty members from other departments. Good morning to all of you. Good morning. Thank you. It is with immense pleasure and honor that I extend my warmest greetings to all of you on the occasion of this inaugural ceremony of the National Conference on Clinical Audiology. In a nutshell, tackling challenges and beyond, hosted by the Department of Audiology and Speech Pathology, Speech Language Pathology. This conference marks a significant milestone in our collective pursuit of advancing knowledge and expertise in the field of audiology. As we gather here today, we celebrate not only the remarkable strides made in understanding auditory health, but also the innovative approaches devised to overcome the challenges faced by individuals with auditory impairments. The theme of this conference, Tackling Challenges and Beyond, resonates deeply with the ethos of progress and perseverance. It reflects our shared commitment to exploring new frontiers, embracing advancements, and addressing the complexities that confront us in clinical audiology. I extend my heartfelt appreciation to the head of the department, Dr. Sundaresan, and the vibrating organizing secretary, and all the faculty members of the audiology department for their dedication, vision, and meticulous planning in orchestrating this prestigious event. Your unwavering efforts have ensured a platform where experts, scholars, and practitioners converge to exchange ideas, foster collaborations, and chart the course for the future of audiology. To our esteemed speakers, your expertise and insights are invaluable. Your contribution will undoubtedly enrich our understanding and inspire innovative solutions to our students that will benefit the lives of countless individuals challenged by auditory issues. As we embark on this enlightening journey over the course of this conference, I urge all the participants to engage actively, exchange perspectives, and foster connections that will transcend the confines of this gathering. Let us harness this opportunity to propel audiology toward greater heights of excellence and inclusivity. May this conference be a catalyst for transformative change, leading us to a new vistas of knowledge and ushering in a future where audiology continues to make meaningful and impactful contributions to healthcare. Once again, I extend my warmest welcome to each one of you Let us embrace this momentous occasion with enthusiasm, curiosity, and a shared commitment to advancing the frontiers of clinical audiology. Congratulations once again to the Department of Audiology on this remarkable achievement, and may the knowledge exchanged here continue to inspire and guide us in our pursuit of excellence. Thank you. God bless.
When there is a gathering of great minds, and that gathering comes alive when we have the right start to it.
Today, it is a great honor that we have one such great mind, Dr. Vijay Sendil, MS Orthopedics, Managing Director of GVN Hospital and GVN Riverside Hospital, Trichy, with us to make this gathering alive. He is a faculty of Continuum Medical Education, trained for total hip, knee, elbow and shoulder replacement surgeries at Australia. He has backed 8 paper presentations, among which he was awarded the best for 3. We would like to shower our immense gratitude to Dr. Vijay Sendil, who helped to initiate Rafa Medical Center, a low-cost clinic in association with GVN Riverside Hospital and Holy Cross College Autonomous, Tiruchirappalli. On this note, I request Sir to share a few words with us.
Thanks for the wonderful introduction, Ma. Thank you so much. And reference Dr. Sister Isabella Rajkumari, Principal, Holy Cross College. Sister Vinci, Organizing Secretary. Dr. Sundaresan, Organizing Chairman. Dr. K. Rajalakshmi, Professor of Head of the Department of Audiology. Dr. Animesh Burman, Dr. Prashant Prabhu, respected faculty members and delegates, boys and girls. Good morning, everyone. You all have to say good morning. Right? It's good. You know, it's something you always have to be reciprocated, because this is going to be a 3-day program. It's not just going to be 1-hour program. You just sit and just relax and go back. So it's going to be a 3-day program for you. And I believe it's one of its kind, and Sundaresan was telling that, you know, every year they conduct, and such a wonderful program. Faculty coming from all over the world. I believe someone has come from Australia as well. So these kind of programs are all the most important thing in our career. And I'm also surprised to see so many girls and very less number of boys. I don't know, I was just asking him, and he said most of the audiology department is filled with girls. I really wonder, and I need to explore and find out why it's been filled up with so many girls. Anyway, good to see you all. And also it's a very pride moment for me, because I'm sure, I don't know how many of you know about Holy Cross. Holy Cross has crossed 100 years. You know, an institution which has crossed 100 years is something phenomenal, I tell you. And we as a hospital, you know, as a health industry, we are trying to follow, and we are in the 84th year of healthcare, and it's a very, very pride moment, and we are the 3rd generation doctors whom we are associated with Holy Cross. Started from my grandfather days. So, coming back to our 3-day program, so any field if you take, you know, any field you take, there will be a lot of competition, right? And everyone would like to succeed. We need to pluck the fruit from the tree. So that's the success. But to achieve the success, one have to be passionate, involvement should be there, and also innovative, dedication. All those, you know, the terms, whatever I have told, it's all interconnected. The most important thing is you got to be passionate about what you're doing. Because I was just talking to one of my junior most person in my department. He was just telling me, sir, orthopedics, how many number of orthopedic surgeons were there when you entered Trichy? So I entered Trichy 25 years back. And I was 21st orthopedic surgeon, you know, in and around Trichy district. But now you know how many are there? It's 250 orthopedic surgeons are there. Okay? So 250 orthopedic surgeons, out of which everyone have got their own cup of cake, and they have their job to be done. The people who succeed in that will be only when you are passionate about it. So once you are passionate, you will be innovative. And once you are innovative, then you can really come out with flying colors. And for that, you need to have strong basics. So to develop strong basics, you have to be passionate. So it's just a cycle. And this kind of a 3-day program is going to be, because every day is important in your career and you keep learning things. And today's gold standard will become an obsolete tomorrow. So for that, you need to be innovative. And for that, you need to get into this kind of continuous medical education programs. And I wish you all success in future, and be innovative, passionate. The passionate is the most important thing, because competition is going to be sky high in the future. Unless you are passionate, you can never be able to succeed in the department, whatever you've chosen. So enjoy what you do and be successful, and all the best for all in future. Thank you so much.
It takes an immense pleasure for me to deliver the program outline of FLASH Series 7. FLASH Series aims to bring the students, professionals, researchers to exchange ideas, to heighten professional, personal career development, and to integrate new protocols with existing practice. With this motive, this year we are focused on clinical audiology in a nutshell, tackling challenges and beyond, as it's a high time that we start to integrate the new concepts in our field. FLASH series does not go behind the traditional chalk and talk method used to teach students. Instead, it aims to facilitate and ignite fresh brains. Thus, the highlights of our program include active learning strategies, hands-on diagnostic audiological evaluation, case discussion, and demonstration. The program schedule for the day 1 starts with the gold standard in determining the hearing loss using pure tone audiometry, which will be delivered by Dr. Animesh Burman, Professor of Audiology from All India Institute of Speech and Hearing, Mysuru, where the sir will be talking on the recent advancements in the field of audiological practice and bridging the theory and practice in masking. Dr. Muthukrishnan Nachiyappan, Chief Audiologist and founder of WeCare Health, Perth, Australia, will give insights on hearing aids fitting in geriatrics in an international perspective, followed which we'll have oral presentations and poster presentation. The day 2 will be focusing on spotlight to autoacoustic emission and wideband tympanometry. We have experts Dr. Rajalakshmi, Professor and HOD of Audiology, Arubade Veedu Medical College, Puducherry. We have ma'am will be delivering on a guide to effective use of OEE. Dr. Ajit Kumar, Professor of Audiology from All India Institute of Speech and Hearing, Mysuru, will be orienting on exploring the horizons of audiology practice using pure tone audiometry and role of speech audiometry in higher order diagnosis. Dr. Sharath, Clinical Audiologist, All India Institute of Speech and Hearing, Mysuru, elaborating on 2 topics. One is power of tympanometry and clinical utility of reflexometry. Dr. Arun Raj, Clinical Audiologist from Aish, Mysore, will talk on the application of wideband tympanometry in diagnosing middle ear pathology. Dr. Sandeep, Professor of Audiology, Aish, Mysore, will talk on the do's and don'ts of ABR recording, and as a clinician, how you can use effective protocols in ABR, which will be a live demonstration session. To ignite your fresh minds with best recent clinical practice in the field of diagnostic audiology. On day 3, we have Dr. Pradeep Yuvaraj, Associate Professor from National Institute of Mental Health Science, Bangalore, will be orienting on handling the medico-legal issues in the field of audiology and speech-language pathology, followed which we will be having case-based discussion on neuroaudiology. Dr. Prashant Prabhu, Assistant Professor of Audiology, All India Institute of Speech and Hearing, Mysore, will talk about the assessment and management of tinnitus. Dr. Arivide Nambi, Associate Professor of Audiology from Kasturba Medical College, Mangalore, will be elaborating on hearing aid verification in pediatrics and adults, and followed by a talk on usage of MATLAB software for audiological research. To enlighten us exploring hearing aid and tinnitus will be the last and final talk. Dear delegates, get set. Stay tuned to learn throughout the interactive games and activities. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do occasionally. It comes from what you do consistently. We invite Dr. R. Sundaresan, Head of the Department and Associate Professor, Department of Audiology and Speech Language Pathology, to enlighten our audience with the exceptional accomplishments of Dr. Rajalakshmi K. and Dr. Animesh Burman.
Professionals and students, we have two people who are eminent in our fields, who have contributed their entire career for the field of audiology. As part of our centenary from past two flashes, we appreciate and acknowledge their contribution in the field of audiology and speech and hearing. Now to go, Dr. Rajalakshmi K. Dr. Rajalakshmi K. is presently the Deputy Director of School of Rehabilitation Behavioral Science, Puducherry. She has served at All India Institute of Speech and Hearing, Mysore for more than 35 years in various positions. She has been the member of Board of Studies for Aish Audiology Department, and she has completed a PhD and she has also been working in different organizations for the past 35 years. She has been the member of Governing of Academic Council for Samvad College of Speech and Hearing, Bangalore from 2012 to 2014. She has served as paper setter for PhD entrance examination of various universities in both Bangalore and Karnataka. She has a tremendous record of 82 research papers presented at various international and national conferences. She has also served as a resource person for the international seminar on research in hearing science, which was organized in commemorate of 50th year of Aish. She has visited various organizations and institutions outside India, such as National University of Malaysia, Widex Pediatric Congress, National University of Singapore, Bristol University, Bates College, National Audiology Society of Australia, Department of Speech and Hearing Sciences USA for the purpose of academic interaction, conferences and part of delegation. Her academic excellence also highlighted being the co-editor of the books, namely Thai and Tandamete Magu and Parent-Child Workbook for Parent and Caregivers on Training and Children with Hearing Impairment in Bilingual Kannada and English, published in the year 2009. And she has published various books for both professional and parental training from the year 2010, 2011 and 12 and 2020. She is the first one to author singly an international published book from Aish faculty named Music and Hearing, which was published in Nova Scientific Publishers, New York 2015. Wishing her success in all her future endeavors. We request all the delegates to kindly clap. 35 years of service is not simply thing. Holy Cross College takes a great pride in acknowledging ma'am's service. Service and Dr. Animesh Burman. Dr. Animesh Burman is currently the Professor of Audiology at All India Institute of Speech and Hearing, Mysore. Sarah has been a bestowed Padma Shri Professor S. Kameshwaran Endowment Oration at 51st Ishakon 2019 held at Bangalore and Aishans of the year 2015 and 2022. Sarah has completed his Bachelor's, Master's and Doctor of Philosophy in Audiology and Speech Language Pathology from University of Mysore in 1989, 1991 and 2008 respectively. Sarah's Also as a lifetime membership of Isha and member of My Isha, Sir has commenced his career as clinical assistant in 1991, followed by a clinical supervisor in 1992 and a lecturer in the year 1996 and a reader in the year 2009 and rose to the position of Professor of Audiology in Aish in 2014. Sir has made a remarkable achievement by publishing 38 international research papers, 17 national research papers. Sir has authored and edited several books, monographs and proceedings. Sir has mentored more than hundreds of students, successfully guided 6 doctoral scholars, presently guiding 4 PhD scholars at University of Mysore. Sir has extended his knowledge to 42 students by guiding their dissertations which were published in UGC Care Listed Reputed Journal. Sir has been a principal investigator and co-investigator for several ongoing ARF and DST projects. Sir has been a part of many important hearing care efforts in our community over the decade. Sir also has bagged the Best Paper Award in ISHACon held in the year 1994, Best Poster Award in 38th Isha Conference held in Ahmedabad 2006, Dayalan Samuel SVB Award in the Isha Conference held at Calicut January 2007, Muktesh Award for Best Paper in 44th Annual Convention of Indian Speech Hearing Association Hyderabad 2012, Dr. Ena Chowdhury Memorial Award for Best Paper in 47th Annual Convention of Indian Speech Hearing Association Manipal 2015, once again Muktesh Award for the Best Paper in 40th Annual Convention in Indian Speech Hearing Association Mumbai 2016 and Dayalan Samuel Award for the Best Isha Conference held at Bangalore 2009. Wishing him success in all the future endeavors.
I feel honored and privileged to get this opportunity to propose the vote of thanks on this special occasion. Let me first of all give glory to Lord Almighty for making today's inauguration flash a resounding success. At this juncture, I would like to thank our chief guest, Dr. V.J. Sendil, MS Orthopedics, Managing Director, GVN Riverside Hospital, Tiruchirappalli, who, despite his busy schedule, has been very kind to grace this occasion. Thank you, sir. I express my heartfelt thanks to Reverend Dr. Sister Annie Xavier, Secretary, for her able guidance and constant support in her absence. I would like to sincerely thank our dynamic, vibrant principal, Reverend Dr. Sister Isabella Rajakumari, for her directions and encouragement. Thank you, sister. A special note of thanks to our vice principals, Reverend Dr. Sister Judy Gomes, Dr. Morris Princey, Dr. Josephine Lutz de Rose, for their encouragement and unflinching support in all our endeavors. I place on record my sincere thanks to exuberant Controller of Examination, Reverend Sister Lizzie George, IQAC Coordinator, Deans, Heads and Faculties of various departments of Holy Cross College for their constant guidance and encouragement in all our efforts. A special gratitude to our beloved Academic Coordinator, Reverend Dr. Sister Ruth Mary, for her persistent support and motivation for this event in her absence. I would like to extend my profound gratitude to our beloved HOD, Dr. R. Sundareshan, mastermind behind this event and making it reality. Thank you, sir. An event of this dimension cannot happen overnight. The wheel starts rolling months in advance. We have been fortunate enough to be backed by a team of very motivated and dedicated staff and students. I thank everyone for their involvement they have shown and the willingness they have expressed to take this completion of tasks beyond their comfort zones. Thank you one and all. My heartfelt gratitude to eminent resource persons, professional delegates from Karnataka, Kerala and Tamil Nadu. I would also like to place on record my sincere thanks and gratitude To all the student delegates from various colleges, including Sri Ramachandra Institute of Higher Education, Chennai, SRM Medical College Hospital and Research Center, Chennai, Murph Institute of Speech and Hearing, Chennai, National Institute for Empowerment of Persons with Multiple Disability, Chennai, Christian Medical College and Hospital, Vellore, Arubade Medical College and Hospital, Puducherry, All India Institute of Speech and Hearing, Mysuru, Noor Islam Center for Higher Education, Kanyakumari, AWH Special College, Calicut, Jibmar, Puducherry. I also sincerely thank Additivo and Eurosoft for supporting us in this conference. My sincere and profound gratitude to our generous sponsors, Karur Speech and Hearing Clinic, Karur, Rafa Care Clinic, Speech and Hearing Aids, Tiruchirappalli. I owe a special thanks to members of media for evincing interest in covering this event. My special gratitude to the non-teaching staff who have worked very hard to ensure that this occasion becomes a memorable one. Wishing you all a pleasant stay, happy and fruitful learning experience all the 3 days of conference. Once again, I thank you all for your time and eternal support. Happy learning.
All the delegates are requested to show their red cards. Now show your green cards. Thank you.
Right. Good morning, all of you. Morning. So, hope I am audible. Now, to be frank, my life has become very difficult with the gesture that is shown by the Holy Cross Institute. It is beyond my expectation and probably beyond my achievement. So, I sincerely thank the Holy Cross Institute, especially Dr. Sundaresh, for honoring me with the lifetime achievement probably. I really don't know how much justice I will be able to do with this particular topic. Next topic I should be able to do justice because that is my favorite. These are recent advances in practicing audiology in practice. It's really difficult because I'm very focused to diagnostic audiology and I'm not into rehabilitative audiology. To be frank, to prepare this slide, my effort is very less. And the effort has been put up by so many other people. I'll be thanking them at the end of this presentation, provided I remember. Okay, fine. So the basic thing is the keynote address. That's how I'm safe. Okay, I am safe because it's a keynote address. It is not a topic. The second one is a topic. You can ask me 101 questions. I'll be ready to answer them. Okay, fine. So my topic is recent advances in the field of audiological practices. So first of all, to get into this, we need to know what are the areas where the audiology practices are involved. So basically, we need to know what is the scope of audiology practice. So to be frank, the practicing audiologist or the audiology itself has got a lot of scopes other than practicing audiologists. Okay, we have got advocacy, we have got policy making, we have got teaching, research and all that, but I'm just limiting my talk only to practicing audiologists. Okay? So let us see what is the scope of practicing audiologists. These are very common. It's nothing new to all of you. It is very common. The first thing is that prevention of hearing loss, so that all of you know, and then identification, assessment, diagnosis, and treatment of person with hearing impairment. So these are the main scope of practicing audiologists. In addition to that, you have a lot of other things because sometimes you become medical legal experts and all that. So that you have to go to the court and you have to serve as an expert witness and all that, or expert comments. So other than that, we basically focus on these aspects. So my talk will be around this particular parameters. Okay. So whenever we talk about the practicing audiologist, where we miss out most is the screening part. I'm sorry. The screening part. That is the point where we always neglect and we miss out. And today, hope I'll be able to strengthen your idea or your importance in hearing screening and what is that and means what the government of India is planning to do it or what are they trying to do it and what are some of the state government are planning to do it. Okay. So this is very, very important and let me tell you, this is a major source of income in future. In future. That is what is the most neglected area, but that can become a major source of bread and butter for all the audiologists in future. And second is the diagnostics of the screening. It comes to newborn hearing screening, school screening, industrial screening, and so on. And diagnostic, which is threshold estimation on the site of listening. These are the areas I'll be talking about, and the rehabilitation I'll be focusing on amplification devices and post-surgical intervention. So my talk is purely around this, and I'll be talking what are the recent advances which have been adopted in terms of screening, in terms of diagnostic, and in terms of rehabilitation. It will be overview of audiology. It will be overview of diagnostic and rehabilitative audiology. Definitely, I'm not going to get into detail about all this because there are a lot of eminent speakers who will be coming here. They'll be talking about hearing aid and they'll be talking about diagnostic audiology and all that. So I will just give you the glimpse of everything so that you will know what is the importance of this. Okay, and I must congratulate your organizers to pick the correct speaker for the correct topic. Only two areas probably they have missed out. I hope they will take up in the next conferences. That one is the vestibular, other one is the implantable devices. So those are the two things which those two areas have been missed out in this conference. Hope they will take it up. But otherwise, the speakers are excellent in these areas, and it is a blend of both researcher, academician, and clinician. So I am sure you can never get a better speaker than whatever the Dr. Sundaresan has put up. So I should thank him for picking up the most appropriate speaker. Coming to this screening. Now, as I mentioned, this is the area where we are moving. And this is the area where it can become a bread and butter for many audiologists. What I am trying to say is that because the government of India has taken up a lot of programs like HCC and RBSK. So the aim of the government is not to leave out any babies born without screening. So basically it is not the hearing screening, but the hearing screening is a part of it. It's a universal hearing screening. But they're basically looking after communication disorder. So let me tell you, the aim is to have every district hospital one audiologist. Okay, so if the moment they implement this throughout the country, so the US scope will be more. And not only that, US scope going to increase if you start adjusting or start accommodating yourself with the different private hospitals. Because the moment government makes it mandatory for hearing screening, then they have to tie up with an audiologist for hearing screening program, and no babies can be discharged without certification by an audiologist saying that the baby has been screened and identified whether they have got hearing impairment or not. Suspected to be, of course. Okay. And then some of the government, state government is making it compulsory for, especially the Karnataka, they have issued a notice saying that all the babies born in the hospitals should be screened. Though it is not being followed strictly, I'm sure Tamil Nadu also they're coming up with such ordinance. So all that is going to make the practice very wider, and the requirement of the audiologist is going to increase over the years. And I also said that you can also tie up with the different hospitals on payment basis, like some of the hospital, some of the private clinicians also they are planning to tie up with the hospital. For each baby they screen, so this some amount of percentage of the payment will be going to the audiologist and some major percentage will be going to the hospital. So that is going to be the major bread and butter for the audiologist in future. So please remember that. And what is that? What is required for a screening? So basically, it is, to be frank, it is not a hectic job, but it requires a skill. Now, why I'm telling it requires a skill is that sometimes your misdiagnosis can become a mental trauma to the parents. So you have to be careful. Okay. There you can become a legally accountable for giving wrong information. So please note this, because there are some conditions you might feel that you have given a wrong information, but you can rectify or you can justify by saying particular statement, which I'll be covering in the later part of my presentation. Okay, so just remember this. Okay. Now, so basically, whenever you're going to the identification, it is basically you are trying to reduce the number of reference, one, and at the same time, you should not miss out any babies who are at risk for hearing impairment. Now, to do so, what is the best suitable protocol? To my knowledge, till date, it is very difficult to decide what is the most best suitable protocol to screen the baby whether the baby has got hearing loss or doesn't have hearing loss. And you all know it started with immittance. Nowadays, the JCIH, they don't talk about immittance at all. They have gone to your OE and the automated ABR. Everything has got its limitation. And let me tell you, though we say the ABR, this is the objective test, they have got their own limitation. And when you talk about OE, basically we don't know which OE to select. Whether you want to go for TOE or whether you want to go for DPO. Both has got advantage and both has got disadvantages. Okay. So when you talk about OE as a screening tool, the TOE as a screening tool, the problem there is you don't get TOE present in 100% of the normal population. So that means to say that with some babies with normal hearing, you are telling them you are going to have hearing loss. Now that can become a trauma to the parents. So you have to be very careful there. Okay. And then AAVR, okay, I'm so sorry. Coming to the DPOE. What is the problem with DPOE? The DPOE can be present even the baby has got some amount of hearing loss. So there you are telling your baby has got normal hearing, but though they have got hearing loss. So it has got problem. Still it has a problem. It is nothing has got, no protocol has got 100% sensitivity and specificity. You talk about ABR, you are doing a 40 dB nature. Right. Now there are a lot of factors can come into the picture. It can be the major fact which can come into the picture is that the auditory maturation. Please note that will safeguard you from any legal hazards. So you have to use this by saying that whatever results I have got in the initial test could be because of lack of auditory maturation. Okay. So the first instances you have to be little careful of telling the parent that your child have hearing loss. Please do not say that. You should always recommend for the follow-up before you confirm and say that your baby has got here. So please remember auditory maturation delay or auditory maturation itself is the defense mechanism for most of the audiologists. And you can always saying that initially there can be some amount of amniotic fluid, or there can be excess of noise, there can be electrical interference because of which the recording is not coming clear. So all these things you have to think and you have to start defending yourself. Okay, that is very, very important. Now, the only problem is I'm not getting into detail about this. The how early it is important, how effective is important, that is what I'm talking about. The common problem, that is what I have said, it is not present in 100% and somewhere it is present, but even can be there in the visual hearing loss. And then coming to the technical advancement. So that is supposed to be my topic. Now, with reference to OAE, there are two things which has come into the picture of late is pressurized OAE, other one is active noise cancellation OAE recording. So these are the two things. The active noise cancellation recording of OAE is yet to come commercially, but pressurized has already come. Now, why do you need what is the pressurized and what is the active noise cancellation? I am sure that will be discussed later. Lakshmi Madam is going to talk about it. But let me give you a brief idea about this. Is that pressurized is you create pressure in the ear canal and then record OE is basically to nullify the middle ear pressure. Okay, the moment you nullify the middle ear pressure, then you are likely to get OE, and then you can decide whether inner ear is functioning normally or not. And active noise cancellation, because you know that OEs are very sensitive. They cannot be recorded in a noisy situation. Fortunately, unfortunately, the moment you go for hearing screening, the most of the babies will have noisy breathing. Most of the babies will have noisy. It is a challenge for an audiologist to record OE. So probably the online noise cancellation could help you in identifying the presence of OE on such cases. Okay. So the AAVR is supposed to be the most effective tool in identifying with the presence or absence of hearing loss. So as I've already said, there are problems with AVR. Now, what is the technology they are using to identify AVR? Is the template matching or power level comparison? Okay. The template matching is nothing but you record multiple babies AVR, normal AVR, and then you record in a baby to whom you are screening, and it will match, it will compare, it will have statistical analysis to see whether it is significantly same or different. That will tell you the pass. So those are technological advancement, and the power level comparison is the peak of the response and the sideband response you compare and then say whether the response is present or not. So those are technological aspects. To be frank, being an audiologist, we do not know all this technological advancement. But what is that you should be experienced enough to decide whether it is a response or not. Sometimes what will happen is response may be there because you always expect that AVR to come at this particular range. Right, the template says it is supposed to come in this range, but sometimes the recording might say something else. So it might say statistical insignificant, it might say fail. But you should also go for the observation and decide whether it is really this present or not. Because please remember, the auditory maturation, I am stressing again and again, auditory maturation can change your AVR recording. Can change your AVR recording. It can shift your latency. I will not get into the details of what is that which is changing your latency, what is that which is changing your amplitude. Okay, so that will take one whole day to just discuss about that. not get into that. But please remember, auditory maturation is the key for your response, and you need to develop skills in ABR to identify ABR. Because many people they say that ABR cannot be recorded at birth. I'm so sorry to say that if the maturation is normal, definitely you'll be able to record it. Absolutely no problem. Unless until there is electrical interference. Unless until there is a massive interference. Okay? Coming to the school screening, these are the two things which are most commonly used. Here I would like to play a video, hope it will play. Just listen, just see this video. Okay, so there are two consecutive videos, but I want you to see this video to understand how the technology is changing. For simple reason is that we always talk about audiometric room. This is the one which can change, which can become a game changer, because where you may not require an audiometric room, without that you can go for digital audiometry. Just see this 3 minutes of this one. I think I'm double click. Not playing, no? Click. Okay. Now, not. Okay, I'm so sorry. You should come. Hyperlink is there, the previous slide. Go there. Only this video, if you see, that will give a lot of idea. Link also is. Go to the previous slide. You get the
what is the best camera setting for this particular scenario, or what ISO I should be using for this particular act.
You never heard of portable audiometry. But what does truly portable audiometry really mean? Introducing the KUWave Pro and KUWave Pro 2, the only industry-accredited, clinically validated, diagnostic, all-in-one audiometers available today. These revolutionary, fully roofless audiometers seamlessly integrate the sound booth, audiometer, bone conductor, and extended high-frequency headset, enabling users to go from screening to full diagnostic, high-frequency audiometry outside of a sound booth using a single lightweight device. Available as a hardware upgrade or add-on to any KUWave audiometer. For the first time ever, eMoyo's unique KUTIM technology integrates tympanometry and acoustic stapedius reflex measurement functionality into the KUWave headset, transforming it into a Type 1 clinical immittance instrument. KUTIM technology makes the KUWave Pro 2 audiometer the first and only acoustic immittance measurement device that can conduct bilateral, simultaneous tympanometry, as well as IPSI and contralateral acoustic reflex measurements, without swapping the probe to the opposite ear. KUWave Pro and KUWave Pro 2 audiometers are telemedicine-enabled, offering users both manual and automatic testing options, while teleaudiology functionality allows users to test and diagnose patients in real time and in almost any location, including remotely. Once testing is completed, users can store patient data and records in the cloud, saving valuable time on record keeping and administration. Both KUWave Pro and KUWave Pro Temp audiometers come with a suite of free speech audiometry software and are complementary, user-friendly eMoyo electronic medical records software, including cross-check calibration verification software and Ambidome industry-standard attenuation, supported by real-time active noise monitoring. Courier users enjoy access to in-wires, world-class level and after-sales service.
Okay. So what I'm trying to tell you is that you may not require sound treated room for your audiometric testing. It is a diagnostic audiometry. I am not here to promote to do well. This has to be verified. Please remember, this has to be verified and established before you say that you don't require sound board. But what I'm trying to say is the technology is moving towards it where you may not require sound booth, where you don't have to spend so much. The only problem with this is it goes with active noise cancellation and it looks little bulkier. It might be uncomfortable for the subjects. That is the only thing. Otherwise, it is likely to give you the better result. This has got both photon audiometry as well as impedance. I am sure in future there will be the same thing even for the OEs. Okay, so that is the next line of this one. And then there is one more technology which has come is W wideband absorbance or reflectance, WBA. We have a talk by Dr. Arun Raj about this. He will tell you in detail. I don't want to go for the video because of the lack of time. I am sure he will explain beautifully because his thesis on WBA will give you more information than what I can give. So I'll just tell you what is the WBA. It's basically when you go for the impedance or the tympanometry, you go for the single frequency and single component. That is why. Use 226 Hz or 1000 Hz per influence. But this gives you facilities to record how much sound is getting transmitted in the ear in the presence of clicks. You may not even need to change the pressure. You can do it at a particular pressure or you can also do it while changing the pressure. The advantage is the click is a broadband signal and this will give you information what is happening across frequency. And even because we know that the middle ear cannot transmit all the sounds effectively, some will be eliminated, some will be reflected, depending on the pathology. So that information can be obtained using WB. So that is, I'm looking forward to this. But to be frank, this is not a new technology and this is not a new technique. It is there ever since audiology came. It is called as a reflectance. Now it has changed to absorbance. But that time it was not used effectively, but now they are using it effectively. So we have to collect data on a group of people to see whether in infants it is able to identify different pathologies depending upon the different pattern. So the details, Dr. Arun Raj will be talking about it. So then we are coming to industrial screening. So basically we go for the high frequency audiometry and OE. Most of us will neglect it. We still continue to neglect it, but this might become a legal aspect. This is supposed to be a legal aspect in industrial areas because every employee is supposed to have the baseline and then they are supposed to get periodically checked and compensation is decided based on this. Only thing is Indians are not aware of it. That is why they are not going to the legal way. The day they will become aware of it and the day they will approach for every industry they will appoint an audiologist. Okay. And for that, what is that you require is high frequency audiometry and OE. OE is a beautiful one. I'll show you. But you can see this OE, high frequency audiometry, all of you know, I will not get into that. But if you see that OE, it follows, the TOE especially, it follows the pattern of audiogram. If you see this, it has got high frequency hearing loss, and if you see that high frequency OE amplitude is flat, and when the low frequency hearing loss and high frequency amplitude are, it follows. So it gives a good idea about whether the hearing loss started already or not because of the exposure of noise. So that is quick and most sensitive tool. But again, I say it cannot be 100% or it will not have 100% sensitivity and specificity. When I say sensitivity, okay, it should be able to identify the person has got a problem 100% of the time. And when I say specificity, 100% of the normal population, it should say they have got none. Okay. Now, diagnostic. This is what most of us are working, and that is what most of us are. We are thinking that our job is, the practicing audiologist job is diagnostic and the rehabilitation. Now, when we talk about diagnostic, we basically talk about threshold estimation, and site of lesion. Okay. Unless until you go for a site of lesion just for threshold estimation, in my opinion, you will not be called as an audiologist. If you just go for threshold estimation, you will be called as technologist. So for you to upgrade, you must also think of site of lesion. Okay, so those are the two areas audiologists will be focusing on, and pure tone audiometry remains as a gold standard test because no audiological test till now can give you the pattern of audiogram, and which is essential for you to decide the amplification. No audiological test. Okay, I'll tell you why no audiological test. People will say that yes, ASSR can give. People will say yes, tone burst area can give. But I can assure you, neither the tone burst area nor the ASSR can give you more accurate threshold than the pure tone audiologist. So it will still continue to be the gold standard test because those are affected by so many other factors that require synchronization. This doesn't require synchronization. Okay, now don't ask me what is synchronization, that will take another 1 hour. Okay, so basically for the threshold estimation, the objective tool that is used in the ABR, you use click and the tone burst, and then LLR. Most of us we neglect LLR, but LLR is important, especially when we talk about ANSD. Okay, there are two ANSD specialists are sitting here. One is sitting here, one is talking here. One is sitting that side, Dr. Prashant Babu, he has done his PhD on that. I have done my PhD on this. And Dr. Ajit Kumar, you has done his PhD on ANSD. So there are a whole lot of people, we have done so much on ANSD. To be frank, ultimately we feel that we cannot help them. Okay. Fine. But there you require ALLR. ALLR is required especially in case of ANSD or wherever there is a lack of saturation. And then ASSR. ASSR, most of the hearing aid companies, they try to insist that you should know ASSR. I'll tell you what is the problem there. Okay. Now in ABR, what is the current trend? Current trend is basically is what is being done at ICE. Okay, the current trend is that they're trying to come out with some modification where you have to spend lesser time because ABR likely to get use more time. So they have given the binaural presentation and they're trying to record ABR, and you can see the stimulus is given right here and the left here with a gap, and simultaneously they have recorded ABR. So that is the one method they have adopted. And please remember, his talk is there tomorrow. He is Dr. Sandeep Maruti. Okay. All that modification in ABR and eyes is tried by Dr. Sandeep Maruti. So he is going to talk tomorrow. So I am sure you are going to have great time listening to his speech. And this is another thing again. He is involved where he has used multiple tone bursts. We talk about tone burst ABR, right? He has used multiple tone bursts in single go to record ABR. This is the multiple tone burst ABR where you can record. This is the independent tone burst ABR, and this is multiple. So in one presentation you are able to record all the frequencies. That means to say that you can save some time there. But in my opinion, it is good as long as you have got a flat audiogram. The moment you get a sloping or you have got a rising pattern, what will happen is you will be continuing to track the last tone burst which is getting response, but you are presenting all the stimulus. That's the drawback of this. That is what I'm telling. All the technology they might claim 101 thing, but it has got a drawback. Okay. So this is what the multiple frequency ABR they try to track until 50 dB they have got response, and 40 dB they have got response for 4K, and 500 you see their other frequency the responses are not that clear. 50 dB there are responses. So what I'm that is what exactly I have said. No objective test can exactly tell you what is the ratio. This is a normal hearing individual. You are getting a 4 kilohertz, but you are not getting at other frequencies. So that means to say that all the frequencies you will not get at the same level, and the variation is not narrow. What we say SD, standard deviation from the mean, is not narrow. It is wider, and that is why it makes difficult. That is why it makes difficult to predict what is the exact ratio. Okay, we might talk about so many things. Like the low frequency variation is more, whereas high frequency variation is less. So the high frequency you have to use lesser correction factor. With the low frequency, you have to use more correction factor. For some people it may be more, some people it may be less. And the same thing happens with ASSR also. So coming to the ASSR, which is most wanted in the hearing aid industry, saying that you should be able to predict hearing sensitivity using ASSR. Now, what is the frequency? This graph looks, hope you are familiar with this. If you are not familiar with this, let me tell you. This is the response when you present a stimulus, and this is the noise floor, and this is the range where you get a response. Now, what is that range? It is the modulation frequency. You present a modulated signal, and when you present a particular modulation frequency, somewhere at 20 Hz to 80 Hz or maybe 90 Hz, you get the better response. The response is always above the noise floor. Other frequencies it is not. So you should select only those frequencies where you are expecting the separation between the noise floor and the response. Response to the stimulus. Hope I am clear. Are you awake, guys? Am I audible? Am I clear? Okay. If you are not able to understand this, you just leave it. But I'm just telling those who want to follow this. So that is why ASSR most often they use either 40 Hz or 80 Hz modulation rate. Okay. So you can have single frequency ASSR recording which will take more time, or you can have multiple frequency. There is a master multiple frequency ASSR recording. Here you can see they have taken 500, 1K, 2K, and 4 kilohertz. In the previous method, they have taken only one frequency and they record ASSR. Okay. So the multiple frequency is again useful, but again the same problem is flat is always preferable. Rising or sloping, same as tone burst, it might take more time. Okay. So here the technology what it says is usually use 80 Hz because we are talking about infants, 80 Hz you use. And why do we use 80 Hz? Because the response comes from the brainstem. And if the child is baby is sleeping, absolutely it will not get affected. But the moment you change it to the lower frequencies, the sleep will affect because that is more of coffee frequency. Okay. So, but when I'm using multiple frequency, each frequency should have different modulation rate. You cannot have same modulation. Please not. If you have same modulation rate, then the instrument will not be able to differentiate whether it is a response for 1 kilohertz or whether it is a response for 4 kilohertz. So the instrument picks up the response pattern, then decide which frequency response it is. So that is why this modulation rate also has to be different. Okay. Now please note this. I say that ASSR will not give you accurate threshold, and why Kyoto audiometry is still the gold standard. You can see the difference between ASSR threshold and the behavioral threshold. At 500 Hz it goes up to 37.5. 4 kilohertz it is again 18 dB. So there is again no symmetry in difference between the relationship between the behavioral threshold and the ASSR threshold. One. Okay. And the most interesting is the ASSR cannot reliably differentiate between normal ears and those with mild hearing loss. Means ASSR is good if the person has got severe to profound hearing loss. Until moderate hearing loss, it will confuse you and it will make you to decide whether the person has got normal hearing. Sometimes it is normal, sometimes it's a mild, sometimes it's a moderate. So it is only good if the person has got severe to profound hearing loss. So coming to sight of listen, so threshold estimation, hope I am clear. So these are the different technologies which are available currently to estimate threshold, and those are the limitations. Fine. So shall I go to the site of listen? If you want to be a audiologist, you have to focus on this. You have to say, because when you're working with pediatrician, neurologist or ENT specialist, you can't say person has got mild conductive hearing loss. You should also be able to tell these are the possible cause of hearing loss. And when you're counseling the parents, that will help you. You need to know that these are the possible cause of hearing loss. So that is why the site of reason is very, very important. So basically we focus on middle ear pathology, cochlear pathology, inner ear pathology, and neural pathology. This inner ear and neural pathology, one interesting thing is that which we are neglecting, but I think that is a very good tool which can help you to identify. We'll see what is that. Okay. So the middle ear, till now we are talking about single frequency tympanometry, multiple frequency tympanometry, autophonogram, multi-component tympanometry. So all that we have studied. So those are not the thing. But what is what is now recent trend is WBA. The most of the clinics will now have WBA. Most of the clinics will have single frequency or multiple frequency. The WBA isn't really useful. Thank you. So you have a talk on that. I'll just show you one particular condition where this particular study, they have taken marginal perforation and central perforation and compared with the normal. So this is the pattern what they got in normal. But when they have the marginal perforation, then this pattern changed to this. So this is able to tell you that there is a marginal perforation. So now perforation you can easily visualize. You don't need WBA to say that whether it is a marginal perforation or central perforation. But I'm just giving an example that WBA can identify. The Dr. Arun Raj will tell you which are not visible middle pathology can also be identified. So then you realize the WBA is important. Okay. So this is for the marginal perforation and this is for the central perforation. You see the huge difference in the pattern. So the pattern is trying to tell you that there is a difference between marginal versus central within the perforation itself. So like that, there are other middle ear pathologies which Dr. Arunraj will be telling you. Okay, that also can be identified. So this is the trend. Hope it will get established. Hope this will be useful tool. But I still have my serious doubt because the calibration is a major factor, and the rate at which it goes out of calibration, all these commercial available equipments are too much. It's very difficult for you to know whether they're really giving the accurate results. So this is the comparison between marginal and the central perforation. Now cochlear pathology, we all know it is the outer the OEs which will tell you whether there is a cochlear pathology or not. But the cochlear pathology, we all know there are two things, OHCs and ISCs. Right? The OEs can tell you only about OHCs. It cannot tell you about the ISCs. Okay? So again, it is just limited. It's limited. So there is no technology which has come till now to say that there is ISC. But it is there. It is that we don't use it frequently. What is there is cochlear dead region. Cochlear dead region is basically we talk about loss of inner anesthesia. It is a death in a particular region. How do you find out? Using tempers. It is not that it is not there. You can do it and it is commercially available. You can use it. Okay. The It's very simple. Basically, you just go by the threshold symbol. Okay, they have given a value. If the threshold symbol is more than 10 dB, you say that is there or it is not there. It is just the masking procedure, nothing else. Okay. Now, the most important thing which we don't clinically practice is the summating potential. Summating potential, I'll just show you in the later presentation how important the summating potential. Some say that the summating potential can, or some talk about dendritic potential based on epoxy results. I'll show you an particular article that will help you to decide whether summating potential can be useful tool to identify inner ear, not the inner ear, IHC. Okay. And to be frank, the summating potential and the dendritic potential helps you to differentiate between the inner hair cell pathology versus synaptic pathology. Synapse. The inner hair cells and the auditory nerve junction. Now, in between this, CHAM came the cochlear hydra analysis masking procedure. It is all the derived band. This has disappeared again. Okay, but it was nice actually. It was a nice tool. It is again using masking procedure. This is useful only in identification of venous disease. Okay, if you do this, you can do it using even tone bus. You can see the normal latency as the frequency increasing. As the tone bus frequencies are different, the latency or latency shift is more. But in case of venous disease, the latency shift is okay. It is basically using derived band. They use masker and click and they subtract. So all that procedure we do not know, but just this is important that when the latency shift is less, it gives an indication that it is a case of venous disease. The same thing is used by in stacked AV. Okay. So it is only difference is there you don't shift wave 5, here you shift wave 5 and add it up. Okay. So you're stacking, you're bringing it in one line and then adding it up. This is useful in identification of tumors. This is useful in identification of tumors. Okay. So you can see here in one individual, that is one is non-tumor side, other one is tumor side. If you get stacked here, the wave 5 amplitude in non-tumor here is much more higher than the tumor. So you align it and add it. If you get good, this is the stacked here. If you get a good amplitude, doesn't have tumor, if the amplitude reduces, you can suspect it is about a tumor. So this is another technology which used to be used, but that again disappeared. But in my opinion, clinical practice, if you're really serious about identifying tumor, even small tumors, then you go for the repetition. It is a beautiful, sensitive tool, and maybe because of that, the start time it has disappeared. At higher repetition rate, you will see if the tumor size is small, also the AVR, the wave 5 latency will disappear. So that is a beautiful tool. Then you start taking because this requires a lot of time. And with the moment you increase the repetition rate, what will happen is the recording time will be reduced to 1/4 of the time of AVR. Then the ECOG, again this SP-AP ratio and the area of SP, all that can tell you about the MD. So this is again clinically not used, but the most of the pattern, there are vestibular specialists sitting here. Okay, now they talk about asymmetry ratio in web and all that. So that itself can identify, that is easier to. To be frank, if you ask me, it is much more easier because it requires similar recording as AVR. Only slight difference in parameters, protocol, otherwise it is the same. So that is why this one is not used. Now here I was talking about the summating potential, okay, and the dendritic potential. So these summating potentials are very clear in, you can see there is a shift here. This is very clear if you are using high frequency tone bursts. Please remember, this is very important because if you use low frequency tone bursts, the presence of cochlear microphonics might may not be allow you to see the summating potential. So this is important. Okay. So use high frequency tone burst and you'll be able to see summating potential. Summating potential, it can be either negative shift or it can be positive shift. Okay. Now here you can see there is a two things. They talk about DP. So again it is in response to your ecology, they have found a DP. The DP is nothing but the dendritic potential. It is nothing but the connection between dendrites of the auditory nerve and the inner ear cells. If the junctions are fine, then you get DP. If that particular structure is not working, see, if summating potential is absent, then it says loss of inner ear cells. And if the dendritic potential is present, it says the connection is fine. Okay. And if the dendritic potential is absent, then it becomes very difficult. It means to say that the input is not going from the inner ear cell to the neuron, and that means to say that when you talk about cochlear implants, they may not get benefits. Because the cochlear implant, what it does is, it will transmit the electrical pulses to the neurons. When it is not going in the DP, the dendritic potential is absent, that means the cochlear microphonics also will not be getting input. So that might be a failure. So this is only one article which I have seen, which they have talked about DP for identification of synaptic pathology as well as inner ear cell. So this can be a useful tool to identify that. So they have used in this one in cochlear implant only. So normal they got it like this, wave 5 and the DP, and when EABR is absent, they got it like this. Okay, so the poor morphology, what they have said is that when the DP is absent, no cochlear implant got benefit. Okay, so the prognosis was poor. So this can become a good tool to identify whether there is, you can go for cochlear implant. No, I'm so sorry. No. Because another thing is ANSD. So all of you know about ANSD. Now ANSD, when you talk about ANSD, basically you talk about presence of OE and absence of OE. But there are chances the person might have conductive pathology. What will you do there? So that is the case where you have to see the cochlear microphones. Even in conductive pathology, OE cannot be present because for OE to be present, middle ear has to be normal. So that is why the most of us, what we do is, OE absent, we ignore middle ear status and say, out ear cell dysfunction. That is absolutely wrong. First you have to rule out that there is no middle ear pathology, and then if you see that the OE is absent, then only you can say out ear cell dysfunction. While there is a middle ear pathology, first of all, you are not supposed to do OE. If you are doing it, if there is negative pressure or positive pressure, do pressurize, then interpret. Okay. But the cochlear microphonics will be present, and if it is present, you can clearly say it is a case of ANSD. It is beautiful, and let me tell you, in ANSD cases, cochlear microphonics you can record better than what you can record in normals during ABR recording. They become hypersensitive. Okay. So please do that, and what is that you need to remember is don't use alternate polarity. Don't use alternate polarity, then your cochlear microphonics will never come. You should use either rarefaction or condensation. Most often, both record once with rarefaction and record another with condensation. Then you see the shift that will help you to identify. Okay. So this is again ANSD with the different degrees of hearing loss. Now the case report, it is again to identify the auditory maturation. So basically what happens is initial recording you may not get hearing. That's what I was telling. The auditory maturation will help you to safeguard you from a lot of problems. So initially you may not get AVR, but in follow-up you might see there is the appearance of wave 1. Okay. So this will help you to identify whether it is a case of auditory nitrogen delay or not. Okay. And sometimes in the low frequency tone burst, whenever you are going for LLR, please go for the low frequency tone burst. Don't go for the high frequency tone burst because LLR is a low frequency response. You get a better response with the low frequency. In ANSV, some cases you might get the P1 in infants, and that you can use it to track the threshold. Of course, you don't have the established data to see the relationship between the LLR threshold and the BEV threshold. That you can establish. So that is all about the differential diagnosis on the site of lesion identification. Hope it is clear, and hope all of you will become audiologists in future. Don't become a technician. Okay. Now coming to the hearing aid technologies, this is Dr. Nambi is going to talk, and I'm sure Dr. Muthu Krishna also will be talking on this. Okay, so I'll not get into detail about it, but all this is, it's not new to you, it is all new. The technologies which are used is WDRC, so you know why it is used and when it is used and how it is implemented. Right? So basically whenever there is a recruitment, you try to change the gain ratio at the different points and all that. And then depending on the purpose of the users, you change to use different the directionality microphone. So depending on the purpose from where you want to listen, you get a different pattern. So that is another technology which is being used. Okay. So all this I'm sure will be talked in detail by Dr. Nandi. So I am not getting into this. And to be frank, I am not expert in this. Then you have got the noise reduction and algorithm. Some will go for the feedback cancellation, some will go for the online cancellation, noise cancellation. Some will reverse the polarity and then cancel it. All has got, let me tell you, all has got drawbacks. Because most often in that process, they do cancel signals. Though we claim it improves, it does improve. I'm not telling that it doesn't, otherwise why people will use it. But it does cancel some amount of signals. Then comes the frequency transposition. So this is basically used for the dead region, cochlear dead region, where person is not getting an input from a particular frequency, so you want to shift that frequency to another frequency. How useful it is, I have my serious doubt. Right, because each frequency information is very important for understand or to have a clarity. And high frequencies are most important to have clarity of speech. And if that is not heard, you shift it to the low frequency. Still, I am sure clarity will be affected. It might improve a little bit, may not be significantly. Dr. Prashant is here, he has worked on this, he will be able to tell. Galaxy Madam also has worked on this, he also will be able to tell. So you can ask them, they will tell you. But in my opinion, when what is required is not there, how much it can help. Then Dr. Prashant is going to talk about the tinnitus masters in hearing aids. So I am not talking about it, so he will talk in detail about it. That is another thing which is now popping up. And then you have seen that other modification. So these modifications, whatever you are saying, is to make us lazy. Okay, and to improve our comfort and to make us lazy and to improve our ability to get connected with the different technologies. Okay. Coming to the implants, how much time to go? 10 more minutes. This is 10 more minutes. I have my own doubt whether I'll be able to finish in 10 more minutes. Okay. So this is the changes what we have seen in cochlear implant. So earlier it was single channel, became multiple channel, and it was not MRI friendly. Now it is MRI friendly, and it has also changed in terms of processing and also getting connected with the different devices. Okay. So I am sure in the next conference they will be covering this particular aspects. Not only the cochlear implant, even the implantable devices. You have the middle level implant and the brainstem implant. I really don't know how useful those are. In my opinion, they have got brainstem implant has got a lot of risk. Middle ear implant has got a lot of limitations. Now, expanded horizon. Okay, so that is the area where audiologists have never thought of. No, they felt that it is not their area. There is an argument the physiotherapists used to think it is our area, psychologists used to think it is our area. Now audiologists are thinking that it is our area. So those two areas are vestibular disorder, tinnitus, hyperacusis, and misophonia. You'll be fortunate enough to hear Dr. Prashant Prabhu on tinnitus and hyperacusis and misophonia because he has done a lot of work and his work has been second or third highest globally. The acknowledgement of his work is stands second or third. He is here, he'll tell you today. So you are fortunate enough to be hearing him tomorrow. So the vestibular disorder. But let me tell you, when you talk about vestibular disorder, it requires just your common sense. It's just the common sense, nothing great. You see, whenever we talk about vestibular disorder, what is that? What is the vestibular system? Semicircular canal, ventricle, and the circle. Semicircular canal is the most often which are treated. Ventricle cycle are not treated. Okay, they are rehabilitated. The semicircular canal is we need to know the angle. Okay, so you just move that person in that particular angle will be treated. So you just have to learn which angle it should be moved in and which angle it is and how to identify which canals have got disorder. And also if you see this, the person who made this, gave this information is sitting here. Okay, he's laughing, he should know better than me. Is that if you see that there are different symptoms we always talk about, but we don't pay attention that they give what type of information. That gives a lot of information. You can see here the spelling indicates all this. That is what is important. Unconsciousness is basically talks about central vestibular pathology. Okay. Then your postural instability, again, it is all these things are linked. The spinning and postural will tell you whether they are linked to this particular pathology. Please, I am not getting into detail about it. You can just take a screenshot. I am sure the PPTs are available with them. You can see it anytime. But what I am trying to say is that it's just a common sense. If there is a low blood pressure, what do you feel? That is again the vestibular symptom. Semicircular canal is an angular, no acceleration. So if there is a problem with the spinning, that means it is to do with the semicircular canal. All these are logical. Nothing is difficult. You don't have to buy out anything. Just have a logical thinking will tell you what is the type of pathology, and then it will tell you what is the line of treatment that you can go for. Most of the other pathologies, other than semicircular canal, you have to do for the rehabilitation. You have to continue to do where they are lacking. It is the same thing that auditory processing disorder. If somebody is lacking in temporal processing, you will give training on temporal processing. Okay, so the other vestibular pathology, you will be trained them where they are lacking. You need to identify that. And to identify those, there are different tests. Okay, so you can use those tests and they're associated with the different conditions and that you can identify. Okay, so you need at least a whole day workshop on this to understand what is the vestibular pathology and identify. Don't try to know more. In my opinion, just know, use your common sense, symptoms, pathology, tests, what is the pathology to identify. What requires manuals and what requires rehabilitation. That's all it is. Try to remember that. Okay, so all these are in detail they have given. He has given, I didn't give you, I didn't ask you. Then comes the wheat. Wheat is the most recent advance which is now getting popularity. And to be frank, wheat is the best. We used to talk about caloric. Caloric used to give information only about lactose and glucose. And it has got a lot of headache. It has got, caloric has got a lot of headache. You need to have a medical person with you. Wheat doesn't require anybody. You can independently do it and you can independently decide which canal has problem. Any canal will be able to identify. But the caloric will tell you only why. So why caloric? Go for wheat. Do it in the different directions and you'll get it. You'll get a graph like this. I'm just giving you the glimpses. Get a graph like this. So normals you'll get it like this and abnormals you'll get it fuzzy like this. Okay. So it depends on which directions you're moving. So you need to understand the semicircular angles and move in that direction and see automatically it will record on that. This came before wheat actually. So you have got sebum. Where is it? Then you have got ovum, and then now people are talking about acetylene. It is same as avia with slight modification. I am telling you again, they are very useful to identify site of pathology. What is that you need to understand is the structure through which it is going. From where it is, response is coming. If you understand that, you will get a clear-cut idea. Recording is absolutely no problem. If you have got AVR equipment, you will be able to record. Only thing is placement is different. So, so all that is this thing. But I'm just giving you one glimpse, just for you to understand how it is useful in identification of pathology. So one comes from the superior vestibular nerve, other one is involved with the inferior, and one is with the inferior, other one is with the saccule. So depending upon if both the responses are absent, then you can say both are affected. If one is absent, you can say one is affected. It's basically to see this. Okay. So if the ovum is absent, you can say the ventricle is affected, and if the sebum is absent, then you can say saccule is affected or the inferior vestibular nerve is affected. Of course, this has got another technique also. We have got acoustic versus galvanic. Okay, so if you do acoustic versus galvanic, that will tell you neural versus organ, end organ pathology. Okay, so that is, I don't think it is commercially being done as of now, but that also will be helpful. Now, tinnitus, what is tinnitus? You will listen to Dr. Prashant on day after. So that you decide, and he given me this particular slide just to tell that what are the recent advances. So nowadays people are talking about the relationship between the ocular synaptopathy and the tinnitus, somatosensory tinnitus. So I'm sure he will be highlighting about the somatosensory tinnitus and how to identify and all that. That is a recent trend. Ocular synaptopathy and tinnitus, it is not a new trend, though we talk about new trend because we always say that there is a mismatch between input and output in the auditory system. So the ocular synaptopathy is in the auditory system. So I cannot say that that is a recent trend, but this is of course yes. And then you have got neuromodulation techniques and all that. So and then you have got recent management techniques. So all that will be discussed about the Dr. Prashant. And similarly for the hyperacusis and the misophonia. He'll tell you what is hyperacusis and what is misophonia. Okay, so liking and disliking and not able to tolerate and all that he'll be talking about it. Okay, so the recent advances is they are also going for okay, so the different particle is identification of different particle areas using fMRI in assessment. And you can see Prabhu, he's the same Prabhu who is sitting here to bless you day after tomorrow. Okay. So, now, what is important? This is most important. We always talk about recent advances. But what is important is most important. I should have spent more time on this. Important is we need to understand the anatomical changes. We need to understand pathophysiological changes, basics of sound, and signal cancellation techniques. So all this, if you understand clearly, in my opinion, any technology which has to be changed or which has to be addressed, they have to be done with reference to these things. And you all know that, let me give you a simple example. We all talk about ear mode. When started with ear mode, then we started with vent because we want to do different amplification. Now we are talking about open dome, closed dome, and all that. Because we want to restore certain frequencies amplification. So that means to say that we need to understand the physiology of ear. Right. And what happens if you do that? Okay, so those things has to be understood. So this is just a few example, size of the ear canal and how it is affecting and the changes in the response pattern and understand the volume and speed. Right, and when we talk about NAL 1 and NAL 2, we talk about DM, no, the DMS and all that. We talk about some protocol for children, some protocol for adults. All these are basically based on this volume, right? So basically, if you understand the anatomy and the pathological changes, you don't have to mark anything. You automatically will start understanding. Okay. So here again is the same thing. Neural is age-related changes, maturation, degeneration, neural physiology. So basically here, what is important is it will help you to understand the synchronization, what is helping in synchronization, how important is synchronization in recording, AEPs especially, and how it will impact your response pattern. Okay, so please try to understand all this. This will help you to understand the technological advancements, what is required. Because most of the hearing aid, where they're improving is they're improving in terms of outer hair cells loss. They have not improved in terms of inner hair cells loss. Okay. So it may be difficult. Okay. But all it is very limited only to waves. So probably the last slide, I don't know. The take home message is the technology will continue to improve in terms of technological compatibility. What I meant is to make our life easy, to comfortable with other technology, that is wireless, Bluetooth and all that. Something else might come. Okay, and to make it user friendly and customization. Customization, it can be in terms of then and there itself you make it, or it can be changing the hearing aid. Suppose you're going for BT, now you want to change it to IT or ICIC and all that. That facility also is currently available. And understand the basic anatomical changes and the pathophysiological changes and basics of acoustic parameters. We all talk about standing wave during Newton injection. And the standing wave, that knowledge is applicable even in noise cancellation. It is used even in active noise cancellation in wave. It is again can be used during the PO2 audiometry when you are going for a noisy environment. Okay? And probably the AI and machine learning we might feel unsafe, it might take. According to me, it is created by human brain. Nothing can be better than the human brain. And ultimately, unless until you have a personal touch, nobody will be satisfied, and you can never satisfy. So your job will be there. Only thing is this might make your life easy, that might make your life little bit easy for the clients, but human touch is important because let me tell you, having same degree of hearing loss, two people require two different amplification strategies. Two people require two different patterns, two people might require different things. So that AI can never give where human touch is required. Okay. So with this, I end my keynote address and I thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity to come here and present. I thank my director to permit me to come here and share some information with you, whether it is useful or not. Hope I have done little bit of justice to my, for them calling me here. And I sincerely thank Dr. Sundaresan and his team for making sure that my life is comfortable here and for the hospitality and everything. I can have no negative remark about my hospitality. I feel bad for Dr. Sundaresan that he was awake in the middle of the night to receive me from the railway station. And I thank a lot of people who helped me in preparing slides. Okay, so we have Dr. Prasad Bhushan helped me, Dr. Mega helped me, Mamta helped me, and the gentleman is sitting there also helped me. So I thank all the people who helped me in preparing this particular slide, because this is not my area, or neither this is a cup of tea for me. Okay, so thank you. Hope I did some amount of justice to the topic. Thank you.
Dear delegates, kindly clarify your queries if any.
Dear delegates, for your kind information, is a keynote address. Okay, and this is an overview. I have not gone in detail. When I come to my topic, you ask me 101 questions, I will answer. Here you can ask, you are open to ask, but I will not be able to answer. That is the advantage of having keynote address. Otherwise, half of them will stop. Yeah, you can wrap up.
Thank you, sir, for the enlightening session. 20 years. Sir has worked in diverse environments like hospitals, schools, ENT and speech and hearing clinics. Sir started his career as an audiologist and speech pathologist at Vikram ENT Hospital and Integral Ear Institute in Coimbatore. He was the youngest audiologist trained in cochlear implant in India then. He visited Melbourne in 1999 for a cochlear implant training workshop. From India, Sir moved to Singapore, where he worked for the Singapore School for the Deaf as an educational audiologist. In 2002, Sir's desire to work in Australia became real. Since coming to Australia, Sir has worked for various hearing providers in Melbourne, Sydney and Perth. I request Dr. Muthukrishnan Nachiyappan JP to share his thoughts on the topic, hearing aid fitting in geriatrics and international perspective. We welcome you, sir.
Vanakkam, greetings from Perth, Western Australia. This is Muthukrishnan Nachiyappan. I'll be talking to you all today about hearing aids fitting in geriatrics in an international perspective, with Australia in particular. I would like to thank Dr. R. Sundaresan, Head and Associate Professor, Holy Cross College, Sister Vincy, Assistant Professor, Department of Audiology and Speech Language Pathology at Holy Cross College. My humble pranams to Gurus, Dr. Radhalakshmi Ma'am and Dr. Animesh Perman Sir, my beloved juniors and colleagues who will be presenting at the convention, and dear students. The World Report on Hearing 2021 global report by the World Health Organization says by 2050, nearly 2.5 billion people will have hearing loss and 700 million people will require hearing rehabilitation. Those older than 60 years, or 25% will be affected by hearing loss. In Australian population, looking at the age range, we'll see men are more affected than women when it comes to hearing loss. Could be to do with their occupational background, because mostly men are involved in industrial, mining, agriculture, and they also may have noisy hobbies like shooting. Hence, we see across the range, men have a higher percentage of hearing impairment. When it comes to hearing impairments, it is like snoring. Nobody can hear themselves snore unless they have a family member or significant other to tell them that they snore. It's the same with hearing impairment as well, because it takes place so slowly, so gradually, it's very hard to realize. The client or the patient is in denial and always tries to blame others, saying, my wife has this bad habit of walking away and talking, or she has her head in the cupboard. Kids these days speak too fast. People don't enunciate properly. The actors in the TV programs or movies don't speak clearly, and there's a lot of background music. The road noise is too loud that I'm unable to hear in the car. People always give excuses when it comes to hearing impairment. And also, as we know, when one sense goes down, the other sense tends to take over. People make use of cues like facial cues, body language, lip reading, contextual cues, etc. to make up for their hearing impairment. Mostly the clients or patients visiting your clinic will be referred by a general practitioner or an ENT specialist. Sometimes an employee who fails initial baseline hearing test, or employees undergoing annual hearing checks. If there is a drop of 10%, they will be referred for a detailed hearing assessment. Age pensioners. Once a person attains 67 years of age, or if a person has an underlying disability that is unable to work and is on pension, they are eligible for the Australian Government Hearing Services Program, where they are entitled for a range of free hearing services, including fully subsidized hearing aids. We also see patients referred to us by a physio or a speech language pathologist. Sometimes clients could come as walk-ins. Maybe the family has been complaining about their hearing, or could be word of mouth. A friend or a relative might have visited you and they might have encouraged this particular client to come and visit you. Mostly hearing assessment appointments are structured. Client will be seen for an initial assessment which may last between 60 to 75 minutes, followed by a fitting appointment which may also take 60 to 75 minutes, and a follow-up appointment which may be 30 minutes, or could be a second follow-up, again 30 minutes. At the initial testing, we take a detailed case history. That is the time you can build rapport with a client. And then we determine something called COSI goals, client-oriented scale of improvement. Identifying where the client needs to hear better or where the specific difficulties are in terms of hearing and how much improvement would they like to see, rather than just saying, I've got a hearing loss, I want to hear better. In client-oriented scale of improvement, at the assessment you identify the goals, and at the follow-up you see how much improvement has attained after the hearing aid fitting. At the initial testing, we do otoscopy or video otoscopy, and if there is any occlusion, wax or any debris, it has to be removed. Most clinicians here are equipped with microsuction wax removal techniques, and they remove the wax themselves, and if they are unable to, then they will refer them to a general practitioner or a nurse who will arrange wax removal, which is very important prior to the hearing test. Then routine tympanometry to assess the middle ear status, pure tone audiometry or wobble tone audiometry in case the client has underlying tinnitus, speech audiometry, where we perform AB words in two conditions, SRT and PB max. Once the assessment is complete, then the results are discussed. Usually, the client is encouraged to bring his wife or partner or significant family member to accompany them for the consultation. Because of their underlying hearing loss, they could miss certain information, so it's always best to have a family member along with them. We look at the PTA, the pure tone average, 500, 1000, 2000 Hertz. If the pure tone average is greater than 23.3 decibels, we can proceed with the fitting. In case the pure tone average is less than 23, then we look at the 3 high frequency average, 2 kilohertz, 3 kilohertz, 4 kilohertz. If they are greater than 40 decibels, or the client has got underlying tinnitus or visual impairment, they need to complete a questionnaire called Wishes and Needs 2, which was created by Dr. Harvey Dillon. He presented this at the Dennis Byrne Oration Audiology Australia Conference in the year 2008. And it's a standard procedure here. So the client 3 frequency average is below 23, then they need to satisfy the wishes and needs 2. They need to satisfy the MHLT, minimum hearing loss threshold criteria. It's got 2 criteria. Criteria 1, the 3 high frequency average, 2, 3 and 4 should be greater than 40, greater than or equal to 40 decibels. Or they should have underlying tinnitus, or they have visual impairment. Criteria 2, they need to complete a questionnaire called Wishes and Needs 2. This questionnaire has got 2 questions. Question 1 says, how strongly do you want to get hearing devices? The client has to circle the answer that best applies to them. There are 1 to 5. 1 is don't want them, slightly want them, want moderately, want them quite a lot, or want them very much. That's 1 to 5. The question 2 is overall, how much difficulty do you have hearing without hearing devices? Again, the scale of 1 to 5. The client should score a total score of 5 and a minimum of at least 2 for 1 or more of these questions. In case the client scores 1 in question 1 and 4 in question 2, he will not be eligible for amplification. So he has to score at least 2 in question 1 and 3 in question 2, or vice versa. Minimum score is 2. Client can even score 2 in question 1 and score 5 in question 2. So once this is satisfied, then we discuss the types of hearing aids. Depending on the client's age and dexterity, management, and the type of hearing aid, impressions might be taken. Sometimes the client may not be still convinced or satisfied. Then we do a quick hearing aid trial in the clinic, or let the client take the hearing aids for a trial for 2 to 4 weeks at no obligation. At the fitting appointment, we do really a measurement objective testing. I don't want to go into the details of REM and the stimulus used and things like that. I hope you'll be well aware, and I did see another presentation which will be dealing with this. So the hearing aids are programmed according to the patient's hearing loss, and if the client has got a phone or tablet which has got Bluetooth compatibility and type of hearing aid, we pair them to the phone or tablet for ease of management of volume control and program switch options. Other accessories like a remote control or a TV adapter or remote mic or FM device will also be fitted if necessary. Once the fitting is complete, objective testing done, then we do for subjective response. We ask the client, how does it sound? How does your own voice sound? Does it sound hollow in your head, echoing in your head, or have you got a bucket on your head? How's the comfort in your ear? Based on that, we do fine-tuning, adjustments on the hearing aid settings. And then we discuss maintenance options, how to clean, how to handle the hearing aids, how to turn them off and on. Then we do a maximum power output check. It's a tolerance check where we clap our hands loudly or shake a bottle filled with sand or turn the tapped water full bore, clap, knock on the door to check if the client can tolerate loud sounds. Once it's all done, then we save the settings, then we practice hearing aid insertion and removal. Again, it is very important to have a family member or significant other, at least the neighbors or friends, to be in at the time of fitting. So in case the client forgets, a friend or family member can assist with aid insertion. Then we demonstrate the management of the various switches. We let them practice bringing hearing aids in and out, if they're rechargeable hearing aids, putting them in the charger, taking them off, any other questions they may have. We do a speech discrimination testing with and without hearing aids in a quiet live voice condition or recorded speech, AB words, speech and noise test, LM test, Link 6 sound speech test will be performed. in an unaided and aided condition to see improvement with amplification. Between the initial assessment and fitting, depending on the type of hearing aid. If it's a custom aid, it may take a week or two to get the hearing aids. If it's a behind the ear, open tin tube or receiver in the ear option, fitting may happen straight away. Or if it's mold, again it will take a week to two to do the fitting. The follow-up is normally in 2 weeks' time. After the fitting, a phone follow-up is done in a couple of days to a week to check if they are managing everything all right. If they have any issues, they'll be asked to come to the clinic immediately. If everything is going well, they'll be seen in 2 weeks' time for a follow-up. At the follow-up, again we check the sound quality. We describe aftercare services, what happens once they are happy and comfortable with the hearing aids. Simple troubleshooting. Again, an impure check is done to see if they can tolerate loud sounds. Remember the COSI we talked about, client-oriented scale of improvement. On the first visit, we identified what their goals and needs are. So now we cross-check to see what sort of improvement they have noticed from 2 weeks of wearing the hearing aids. We discuss realistic options. When it comes to hearing aids, people think it is magic. When you put the glasses on, wow, everything is so clear. You can read everything fine print. When it comes to hearing aids, yes, you'll be able to hear better, but all the surrounding sounds will also sound very different, very loud. The own voice may sound different. So counseling and rehabilitation is very, very, very important. Fitting a hearing aid is like filling a glass with 50% of water. Yes, it's an empty glass. The hearing aids improve to 50%. The rest 50% comes from making use of other listening strategies and visual cues. So it's never going to be 100%. So this has to be strongly stressed, and the clients be counseled. And if they need any further rehab, then we'll have to visit us again in a week or two. Appropriate handouts in terms of getting used to hearing aids and making use of listening strategies could also be handed to the client, because there's too much of information loaded into the aging brain. Practice will make perfect, and if you give them something in writing, black and white, they can always read and refer. The instructions booklets are too small, too much of information in a fine print. So it's best to write the instructions and hand it to them, like red for right, blue for left, R and R. Instructions like take the hearing aids off in the bathroom. So if these written instructions are handed to the client, they're able to see, it'll be much better for the clients in terms of managing the hearing aids. getting used to hearing aids is like running a marathon. You can't run the marathon in a single day. It's not a 100-meter dash either. So you need to strengthen the muscles if you want to run a long distance race and improve your stamina. Same as that. In order to become a successful hearing aids user, you need to gradually increase the hours of usage. You can gradually acclimatize to the hearing aid by wearing them for a few hours every day, and then gradually increasing the hours of usage. The first time when you fit hearing aids, everything comes to the consciousness of the brain. The brain doesn't know what is important and what is not important. Over a period of time, the brain slowly starts to relearn the sounds that it has forgotten. So, yes, initially they'll find it difficult to hear speech because the brain is trying to filter out or deal with the environmental noises. Over a period of time, they will reach the finishing point. Like not all 5 fingers are the same, so everyone reaches the finishing line at their own pace. Once the client is happy with a hearing aid, they will be followed up in 12 months. I always see the honeymoon effect. The very first couple of weeks, people are so happy and so satisfied with the hearing aid. After that, after a month or two, they say, yes, it is there, I will use them when I need them. The need will never arise. I also tell clients, the hearing aids sound better in your ears than in the boxes. It's a lot of time, effort, and money wasted. Hearing aids are not being used. And also with current research about hearing and cognition, so elderly patients will have to be motivated to use the hearing aids or lose. So clients will have to be followed up in 12 months. At the 12-month review, we do another air conduction screening, check otoscopy, middle ear status using tympanometry or bone conduction, check the hearing aids visually, clean them or change wax filters or domes if required, reprogram the hearing aids to suit the change in the hearing threshold, review aid maintenance and aid management, insertion and removal, and any modification to the aid or mold. Sometimes clients might have put on weight or lost weight. So if the mold needs any modification, it will have to be done. And then we need to counsel them again regarding realistic expectations. Tell them your friend's hearing aid brand may not suit you as your hearing loss and their hearing loss are different. Sometimes clients may be seen between as they might have lost their hearing aids, or they might have walked into a shower, or the hearing aids might have gone into the laundry washing cycle, or they might have jumped into the swimming pool or have dipped in the ocean. And the hearing aids might have been damaged beyond repair. or the dogs or their pets might have chewed their hearing aids. Or there could be a change in hearing thresholds, where the current hearing aid is not strong enough. Or there may be a change in the client's needs. Now they are in a nursing home, or they are a president of an organization, and there's a lot of background noise, too much of talking, and they need some different type of hearing aid, or they have difficulty managing the hearing aids, that a mold has to be made, or their current hearing aid is more than 5 years old, or a very old technology. In that case, the hearing aids can be refitted or replaced. That brings us to the end of our presentation today. It's unfortunate that I'm unable to see you all physically, but I'm happy that I'm able to present to you all virtually. Fitting a hearing aid, there should not be any pressure to the clinician or the patient. Fitting a hearing aid should be a pleasure. There should be no pressures, but only pleasure. I know in the field of audiology, fitting a hearing aid may look lucrative, but it is not as easy as it sounds. Audiology should never be viewed as a sales profession. It is a medical profession. So we are indebted to our clients. We have to be ethical and moral because they rely on our advice. Treat everyone as you would treat your own family members. Unlike a speech or language disorder where you will take months or years to see an improvement, hearing aid fitting, you will see an immediate improvement or glow in the face of the client. That will bring us the most satisfaction in the world and what money could ever give. With this, I conclude. I thank you once again for the opportunity and patient listening. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them, or you can email me at muthu, M-U-T-H-U, at vcarehearing.com.au. If you need the wishes and needs tool or the minimal hearing loss threshold criteria, I'll be more than happy to pass it on to your lecturers. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Dear professional delegates, you can clarify your queries, if any, by joining the interactive live session with Sir using the link sent through the group.
You can group-wise discuss and shoot your questions. Each group 2 questions. You can even put the group name and text a question in the group.
Sir, there's a question from the audience. Are there any guidelines for fitting moderately severe, severe and profound hearing loss?
Hello. Can you all hear me? Okay.
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Thing is, yes, there is a guideline. Proton average of greater than 70 decibel is considered to be a complex class. And also, if the speech discrimination is very poor, less than 50. Also, if they have any additional disability, say their visual impairment or any speech impairment, they're all considered to be clients with special needs or complex clients. Yes, there is a criteria when it comes to dealing with complex clients. The client has to be informed whether they want to be seen by a specialist audiologist or they prefer to remain with the training audiologist. When it comes to device options, again, we follow like the new 60 rule. If the speech discrimination is less than 60%, and if the better hearing threshold is the 3 frequency average is 60 decibels or above, then the criteria is to refer them for cochlear implantation. Because we feel the hearing aids will not be providing adequate amplification or improvement for the client's needs to meet the COSI goals, then also refer them for cochlear implantation. So when it comes to moderately severe, yes, hearing aids, and then if it goes to severe to profound, then they will be considered as complex clients, and then we may have to offer them cochlear implantation. I don't know if I was audible. I could get a bit of an echo from it. And I don't know if the student who asked the question felt answered.
Kindly text the question in the group. We can type the questions. The WhatsApp group, we can type it.
Is it all right? I don't know if I've answered that query, but something came up there that I couldn't read the question. Can someone read the question for me? Like it came up on the screen. What are the something? Disappear.
What are the others, please kindly move out of the group. Sign out.
First thing is anyone will be pretty anxious coming up. Change is very hard to accept, as you all know. You may be living in this in a very secure environment, and you move to a new country or new job. Change is very hard to accept. So that's the first thing when we offer hearing aids. The main thing for geriatrics or like any elderly you feel is, will I be able to adjust to hearing aids? Will I be able to get used to? So that's the first thing anyone will express. Can I get used to hearing aids? Is it easy to get used to? So change is very hard to accept, yes. But with gradual acclimatization slowly, yes, it's pretty easy to get. Plasticity, we talk about plasticity. So earlier we start identify the problem and they are easy to manage. And while they are relatively younger, their eyesight, their cognition, their dexterity will all be better. So yes, the main thing is everyone will come because the hearing aids are more advanced these days. Say like, I can't even get used to a phone. Will I be able to get used to all this new technology? But it's just a matter of counseling. Hearing aid fitting is just 50%, but the rest 50% you have to spend more time on counseling and winning the confidence, spending more time in terms of management, rehab. So the thing is, I don't think it's any different from anywhere else, but this is the main thing. People who come with unrealistic expectations as well. So two things, yes, management, secondly, their expectations, because when they spend so much on, they all think it's magic. Hearing aid fitting, it's like magic. As soon as you wear your glasses, you see things clearer. So you put your hearing aids on, everything will sound very clear, but again, there will be this background noises and things like that, which they will not realize. So pretty much these are the two things geriatrics complain about, whether they will be able to cope with the devices and whether they will be able to get used to, and how long will it take for them to get used to. So it's like running a long distance race, and not all 5 fingers are the same. People have different expectations and different needs. So we have to go case by case. And so yeah, so this is pretty much what we see from people across. Hope I answered your question. Normally, like venting is to ventilate, as you know. So vent clients have occlusion issues, finding it difficult to get used to their own voice. Then the dome or the mold has to be open. So whenever there is any occlusion issues, like sometimes people might feel their ears too blocked up, their ears can't breathe, then yes, we have to have vent. So hearing their own voice booming in the head can't get used to their own voice, or when they chew something, they can hear themselves chew, they eat more louder, then we need to open up. And especially when the low frequency hearing is good, we have to have larger vent. Again, if the vent is too large and the hearing loss is severe, then it may lead to feedback issues. So people have to look at all those things. But mainly, venting is to keep the ears more open, and yes, lesser the hearing loss, meaning more the loss in the low frequencies, larger the vent. I hope I answered your question.
Any other questions? Six groups, no question.
The hearing aids these days are very sophisticated. They all come with this tremendous sound support, and they can all be controlled using app. They're all app-based. So, like 9 out of 10 times, all tinnitus sufferers or people, clients with tinnitus, can be helped, I can tell with confidence, with hearing aids. Except clients with pulsator tinnitus may have issues, but again, when it comes to tinnitus, it's a matter of counseling them and to work on the distraction principle. The more they think about it, the more it's going to worry them. So, and also I believe in this principle. So the main thing is tinnitus is not life-threatening. It's not going to do them any harm. And explaining the physiology, anatomy, and what is the cause of tinnitus. So once we explain that, and if there's an underlying hearing loss, and if we say that we are going to correct the hearing loss, and that will automatically correct the tinnitus, most clients get immediate relief, and for few it may be just a matter of time. So by the time we see them for a follow-up, a couple of weeks or maybe an annual check, so it comes to that stage where the clients would say, oh, I don't even realize it's there, like now you brought it to my attention, I can hear it, but yeah. So I would strongly recommend hearing aids for anyone with an underlying hearing loss. But if a person has got no underlying hearing loss and it's normal hearing, then there are a few apps like tinnitus calming apps which we introduce the client to, and most often come with timers on, so just let them have the timer and they can choose whatever sounds they want. But I would say there is no particular tinnitus that cannot be helped with amplification. Okay, there are two questions about diabetic patients. Again, any pediatric patients will all have may have underlying diabetes, but I don't think there's any contraindication for fitting hearing aids to diabetic patients. I don't know if that's the question that was posed. And secondly, hearing aid fitting to ANST auditory neuropathy spectrum disorder, but again, the topic is more about pediatrics. I don't think it's relevant to this presentation, but if there's an ANSD and it's pediatric testing, again, like here in Australia, you have to specify what you want to practice as pediatric audiologist or a geriatric audiologist. Or not necessarily geriatric audiologist, but anyone below 21 are considered to be children, and they will be seen under the hospital setup or different sort of funding. So I don't think I'll be answering this question about hearing aid fitting in ANSD. It's not relevant to this topic, and I don't see pediatrics. I see pediatrics for testing, but not for hearing aid fitting. And you have a separate license for to fit hearing aids, anyone for below 21. The thing is, some of them want to know how to move to Australia. All right, I'll be coming to India, like spending a month or so on holidays. I'm more than happy to visit your place, and maybe I can talk more in person or give a small presentation about what are the opportunities. So I think it will be more relevant then. So I'll be more happy to come and visit you at HCC, Holy Cross College, Trichy, and then maybe we can have a session and I can guide you how to go about it. Okay, again, as I said, it's not all 5 fingers are the same, but I don't think there's any difference. Getting used to this is how I view. Getting used to hearing aids is like running a long distance race. End of the day, we reach the finishing point. Some take a longer time. It's like a long distance marathon. So some reach the finishing point a bit quicker, some bit slower. Again, some people will be really motivated. So on the day of the fitting, so we introduce them to amplification. So depending on how anxious they are, so we like you can follow this psychological principle of what we do for stuttering, systematic desensitization or the flooding technique. Flooding, ask them to wear the hearing aid from the point the time go. So they wear the hearing aid all day, every day, get used to them in all situations. So that's more for people who are really wanting to, or really motivated and happy to go to any extent. But if a person is really anxious, this is what we say. Wear them for a couple of hours today, and then when you go home, just take them out. So when you first start in a very quiet environment. Just wearing the hearing aid, walking around the house, turning the switch of the light on and off, turning the tap on. So walking, you will hear your own footsteps. Toilet, when you turn the toilet flush on, it may sound like the sound of Niagara Falls. When you eat a biscuit, the crunch crunch sound, the sound of plastic papers. In your own footsteps, I feel like somebody following you. So you slowly ask them to experiment these things around a house in a quieter environment, in a familiar situation. So and then first to start talking to one person at a time, and then like turning the TV on, this problem service. And then gradually increase it by an hour or half an hour more. So the first week we encourage them to wear them indoors in quiet environments. And in the second week, slowly take them outside in small groups to start with, in small, like in areas with a little bit of background noise, and then gradually taking them off to like bigger situation in parties or restaurants and things like that. So by the time 2 weeks, we encourage them to maintain a diary and to give us an idea about how they went about all the week's time. And when if they do have any issues, we will address them more to follow. Hope I answered your question. Okay, something about cognition and hearing. Okay, so the principle is as you don't use it, you will lose it. Okay, and as we all age, we need constant input from all of the senses. So yes, when one sense deteriorates, the other sense takes over. So yes, obviously when hearing the brain is not being stimulated, then the brain gives this, allocates this function to something else. So suddenly severe hearing loss, and if it's not addressed, it won't lead to cognition, but we will see increased cognitive decline, going into isolation, not able to communicate. So we will see an increase in cognitive decline when they're not aided early or adequately. Yes, they are both. So the recent studies all say that cognition has got a big role to play. So as soon as we find that processing ability deteriorating, we keep a hearing aid. On the other hand, same way, when there is a severe hearing loss, and if it's not addressed immediately, it will lead to increased cognitive decline. So yes, it's strongly recommended to fit them with appropriate amplification. I hope you answered your question. the Australian, like the hearing services program, prescriptive formula for earlier measurement is NAL-NL2 with the recent hearing aids. But the manufacturers strongly recommend their prescription. But for hearing aid fitting, for hearing aid verification through earlier measurement, we have to follow NAL-NL2. But then, once the verification is done, we give the client a choice. Both the manufacturer's prescription as well as NAL-NL2, and the client is asked to choose between which prescription they like, and based on their preference, then we let the client walk out of the clinic with the particular prescription. I hope I answered your final question. I'm in the middle of
Thank you, sir, for enriching the session with your knowledge and patiently answering all the questions. We sincerely thank you for sharing your time and valuable views in hearing aid fitting and geriatrics. Also, we are looking forward to see you in here with us in the future conference at Holy Cross College, Calcutta.
Life is more fun if you play games. We are thrilled to announce that we have an activity planned for your delight. Let us start with some rules. I request the delegates to take out their phones, kindly open Google Chrome and enter quiz.com.
This fun activity is going to be in the form of a quiz. I request all the delegates to enter quiz.com. I repeat, quiz.com using your phone. Here's the website displayed on the projector. I repeat, dear delegates, this fun activity is going to be in the form of a quiz. I request all of you to join quiz.com.
Toilet house. Kindly note there is a pin on the screen. Enter the pin to join the quiz.
Morgan.
Only 63 are joined. Come on.
I've only received 63 participants. Where are the remaining?
Not even 1/4. Don't scan the QR code. That is for the professionals. That is for the session CRE points. You have to go to quiz.com, put the PIN number, you will enter inside. That is Akshaya.
Foolish cows. Cadiz one, Stephen. Vanished I Prabhu. MVT, toilet house. Desolate, big, century, sultan, busy.
All the students have joined. Can we start it?
Shivaranjani. Lucky IQ.
Have you all joined? Can we start?
Brownie brother.
Everyone? Yes? Kindly raise your red card if you haven't yet. Can I have green for those who all have joined? Okay, I see 2, 3. Okay. Okay, almost I guess.
Many hands are missing. 246 people in this crowd. 158 only have joined.
I see a red. What happened? Okay, dropped. So your first question is, the cartilage of the pinna is primarily composed of? And the options are adipose tissue, elastic cartilage, fibrocartilage, and hyaline cartilage. All have got it correct. Show me your greens who have got it right. Oh, there's only few hands. Still missing? Everyone? Can I have everyone? Okay, so the next question is, what is the primary function of the pinna in the anatomy of the human ear? And the options are amplifying sound waves, maintaining balance in equilibrium, protecting the ear canal from debris, transmitting sound vibrations to the cochlea. Okay, can I have the greens please? Okay, these are your scores.
We have Sai Priya at the lead.
Congrats. Your third question is, Tapetal reflex is a basic protective mechanism for the cochlea as it is triggered by loud sounds. True or false? This is so obvious, everyone has to get green. Everyone? I still see a red. Okay, nice. Again, Sai Priya is on lead. Congrats.
Group 8. Group login, huh? Group 8 is done at group login.
So the next question is cranial nerve that passes through the middle ear. And the options are facial nerve, hypoglossal, trigeminal and vagus. Cards please. Okay, that's a pretty good amount. Again there's Sai Priya on the lead. She's not losing. Can I have Sai Priya? Can you please stand up? Oh, congrats. Let's give it up. Thank you. So this is the final question, which you're going to get double points. Name the middle ear muscles. Faster, faster. Yes? Everyone got double points?
Who is leading?
I have the score, please. And there's a surprise going on.
Reshma Nair.
Reshma Nair, back 3. Third.
Clap for Reshma
Oh,
Nair.
Guru Bhai. Back in second. Okay, Sai Priya leads. Congratulations, all three of you.
Dear professional delegates, kindly note that you have received a QR codes. So you are requested to scan the QR codes and fill the Google forms to obtain your RCI points. The score must be 70%. So please make sure of it.
Dear delegates, the Q&A form for the day 1 second session has been sent to the group. Kindly fill to claim your CRE points. I repeat, dear professional delegates, the Q&A for the day 1 second session has been sent to the group. Kindly fill your forms to claim your CRE points.
In the meantime, students, kindly take your book. Have your notebook there. We are trying to keep all the notebooks eco-friendly. The pen also is a seed pen. Kindly take it. First morning 2 sessions. Make a good concept map, what all you understood, and you can post in the group. Best concept map will be given award. 15 minutes time. Your time starts now. Individually write your name so you can make it. There's no right or wrong in that. Whatever you understood, you can make it. For Animesh Burman says talk and Muthukrishnan said talk. 2 talks, best concept notes. Make a good concept map. The time starts now. It's an individual activity. Best concept map will be awarded. May I know who is in group 8? It was a joint effort or individual? Who named them as group 8? Sharing, okay. Noted.
there will be reduction of the stimulus reaching to the other ear. So that is the interoral attenuation. Please note, these slides were made when we used to use only headphone for threshold estimation. Now most of the commercially available audiometers are coming with insert. Okay, so wherever it is written 40, you please say 40/70. Okay, even in the formula, if it is written 40, you say 40/70. So make this adjustment. With the current trend, first talk was one recent trend in the practical audiology or practicing audiology. So the recent trend in practicing audiology is insert receiver. Insert receiver most often we don't use because it is not cost effective. You have to change the tips very frequently. Why you have to change? Because of hygiene. If somebody take you to the court. Now interoral attenuation, here it is 40. So if you give 80 dB signal to one ear, so interoral attenuation is 40, that means 40 dB will reduce and remaining will go to the other side. How much is going here? It is 40 dB. So given 80 dB, because of interoral attenuation, there is a reduction of 40 dB. How much is going to the other side is 40 dB. Now, does this require masking? That question is important. Is this require masking? Now, when is masking required? When do you think masking is required? When there is a participation of opposite ear, this ear. So you are presenting stimulus, it is going to other ear, and if you suspect there is a participation of this ear, then you have to do mask. This is not important. So mode of, there are three types of mode of crossover, that is when you give a signal to one side, it's going to the other side. For clinical purpose, what is accepted is bone conduction mode. The stimulus, whenever you give it to one ear, it has to go through the bone conduction mode. It will not go through any other mode, air conduction mode or headband. But practically it can go through the headband and it can go through the air conduction mode. There is something called aerial radiation. Please forget all this, but remember bone conduction mode. Aerial radiation is when you present sound to this ear, there will be leakage of sound to the air and that will transmit to the opposite side through the ear. Don't remember that, but remember it is going through bone conduction. Okay. Now, so this is what you need to remember, that for headphone, I am not going for TDS 49. In general, you have supraoral earphones and you have got insert earphones. Okay. So the supraoral earphone, the IA approximately ranges from 40 to 60. Please note, I underline here, please remember, for masking, we always consider the minimum value. We do not consider the mean. We do not consider mean. Mean is used for most of the purposes, but for masking at any point of time, it is the minimum value is taken simply because, if you don't want to remember, don't remember, simply because none should be like exempted from masking. If you go for 60 dB, then those who have got IA of 40, they require masking, but they will not do masking. For this simple reason, the 100% population, you should be accurate in finding threshold. For this particular reason, we use minimum value and not the mean. Okay. So if you see the supraoral, it is 40 to 60, the 40 is the minimum. Bone vibrator is 0 to 20, it is that 0 is considered. And in insert phone, it is written 70 to 90, but we consider 70 to 90. And 75 to 90 is written, 70 to 90. So you should consider as 70. These three values are very, very important in masking. You have to remember. So what is that you need to remember is the green color. Crossover is always taking place through bone conduction, and interoral attenuation when you are presenting through supraoral earphone is 40. If you are presenting through bone conduction, it is 0. And if you are presenting through insert receiver, it is 70. Please remember this. This is, you don't require, this is just the graphical representation of whatever I have said to you. Now, here, how much is the IA? Can you calculate IA here? Okay, so what it says is no crossover but no cross hearing. Please remember, when do you suspect there is a there is a masking is required? Masking is required when there is cross hearing. Okay. Now cross hearing depends on what? Let me see. Okay. Cross hearing depends on what? Huh? Okay. The cross hearing depends on three things. One is your presentation level. Please remember the presentation level is you are presenting through air conduction mode at 40 dB. Right. And then interoral attenuation. Your interoral attenuation is 40. For example, don't go by this, how much is the IA here. First you understand what is cross hearing. For interoral attenuation is 40, presentation is 40. So 40 minus 40 is 0. And then she said it is depends on the bone conduction threshold of the non-testing. So the here bone conduction threshold is 0. So that means the person might be able to hear the tone in the opposite ear. So that is what is called as cross hearing. Okay. So when you suspect cross hearing, then you can say masking is required, or there is a participation of non-test ear and masking is required. Now here it says no crossover and no cross hearing. So that means it is going 0. It is not going even 0. It is going below 0. That means IA is more. If you have not understood this, forget it. This is little complicated. Why I am telling this is complicated is I said it is 40 to 60. Right? Some might be having 60 dB IA. So if this person has got 60 dB IA, if you present 40 dB, so how much is supposed to be going? Minus 20. So the threshold is 0. So that means minus 20 will not be audible. So there is no cross here. So that means to say that here IA is not 40, and that is why there is no cross hearing, and hence you don't require. But that is little complicated. If you want to forget it, forget it. Because I said for masking purpose, what is that we consider? Minimum IA, that is 40, 0 and 70. So how much is the IA here? It is 50 dB, there is a crossover and cross hearing. So IA can be 40, 45 or 50. Okay. Leave that, because if I start discussing about all this, it will take time. Fine. Now IA for BC. Fine. What is that I have not told is IA for AC is 40 dB or 70 dB. Right. And for BC it is 0 dB. Now what is important is the crossover. Okay. So you are presenting tone here to this through headphone, and the crossover always takes through the bone conduction. So that means from air conduction to convert into bone conduction, you require more energy. So because how much more energy you require, so that is what is called as
loss. So how much more energy required is approximately 40 dB. Okay, so that is why IA for air conduction is more, because you are presenting through air conduction mode, that has to vibrate your bone conduction, because the crossover is always taking place through the bone conduction mode. Okay, so that is why IA is more, whereas for the bone conduction, what happens is IA is 0, because if you stimulate this side, the simultaneously the signal will go to this side also, it will go to other side also, because it is not converting from air conduction to bone conduction, it is from the bone conduction to bone conduction. I am sure all of you are aware of impedance mismatch. Air conduction to bone conduction, there will be impedance mismatch. From bone conduction to bone conduction, no impedance mismatch, so interoral attenuation is 0. Okay. Now, this is not important. So basically, this is the terminologies which are used, mask key and the masker. The mask key is the signal and the masker is the noise. Okay, because noise will mask the tone, that is why noise is called as masker and the tone is called as mask key. Forget this, not required. Okay. Now crossover versus cross hearing. So whenever it all depends upon the IA, you are presenting 60 dB, IA is 50 dB, 10 dB is coming through the bone conduction, and if this here BC threshold is 0, 5 or 10, there will be cross hearing. Okay, and if this here BC is more than 10, then there will be no cross hearing. Quote unquote underline, please understand this, this is important. If BC is 10 and or less than 10, that is 5, 0, minus 5 and all that, then there will be cross hearing. If BC is more than 10, because how much it is crossing is 10, but your BC threshold is more than that, so it will not be audible, so there will be no cross here. Okay. Good, good. She is drawing attention of so many people. She or he, I don't know. Correct, yes. Fine. Now shadow curve is not important, but I'll just mention this. Shadow curve usually follows the same pattern as BC threshold. Okay. The shadow curve means these thresholds are because of participation of non-test. This is happening because of cross hearing. Now how will you know whether this is a shadow curve or not? Now this will know if you mask this here and if the threshold goes down. So that means to say that this threshold, whatever you have got, is because of participation of non-test here, and that is why you got this. After masking, this has gone down. So if there is a mask threshold shift, that indicates the previous thresholds are due to participation of the non-testing. Back rows, are you awake? Hope so. Okay. So here you can see that after masking everything went down. So this says that there is participation of the other ear. Now coming to the range of masking. Range of masking differs depending upon the interoral attenuation of the transducer that you are using to present noise. Okay. The most often people say it is the difference between minimum masking level and the maximum masking level is the plateau range, but most commonly it is decided by air-bone gap and the interoral attenuation of the transducer. Okay. Now here I'll assume that this particular case the air-bone gap is 20 and I am presenting noise through headphone. Then we will have a plateau range of 20. Now how is this? I can't write now. Fine. How is this? I'll just give a simple example. How much is the threshold? 20 dB. Okay. Now, if you see the BC is 0 here. This AC is 20 and BC is 0. Okay, this is a non-test here, and you are presenting 20 dB noise, and the threshold of the test here is 45. Okay, now present it 10 dB increase, there is a shift of threshold of 10 dB. 10 dB increase, there is shift of threshold of 10 dB till here. Okay. After that, if you increase, you will see that there is no shift. 10 dB shift, 10 dB increase, 10 dB increase, there is no shift. Now, if your minimum is 40 dB, if your minimum is 40 dB and maximum is 40 plus if the BC is 20 dB. Okay. Please try to understand, your AC is 20 dB and BC is 20 dB. What is the maximum noise you can present? 20 plus 40, 60. Okay. So below that, what happened? Why do you get a threshold shift? Because when you present tone to the non-test ear, test ear, it is coming to the non-test ear and you are presenting noise in the non-test ear and it is getting mixed up in the non-test ear. Try to understand this. What I am trying to say is that you have decided masking is required. Now initially when you present noise in the non-test ear, and tone also is heard in the non-test ear. So initially there is a mixing up of noise in the non-test ear, both noise and tone. So when you increase the noise, so there will be increase in threshold, right? Because it is still audible here. Now you continue to increase, at one particular point the tone will get shifted here and noise will still be continue to be heard in the this ear. So at that particular point, if you increase the noise, then tone will still be heard in the this ear, so there will be no change in the threshold. So that is what is the exact threshold. But after that, if you further increase, so this noise, what it will do is it will cross to the other side and then again it will start masking the tone in this ear. So again there will be change in the threshold. So this is what is called, this is what happens because of the mixing of noise in the non-test ear, noise and tone. This is where the noise is heard in the non-test ear and the tone is heard in the test ear. And this is what happens when there is a mixing up of noise and tone in the test ear. This is what is called as overmasking. At any condition you must avoid overmasking. Now why do you need to mask? In general, please remember this, because many of us we forget to remember the formula, but this you can remember easily, saying that whenever there is unilateral conductive hearing loss or bilateral conductive hearing loss or unilateral lessened hearing loss or unilateral asymmetrical hearing loss. Okay, so these are the conditions where you need to do masking. There are high chances that there will be cross hearing. Okay. Now when to do mask? When to do masking, AC masking? Simple formula. You just remember. Please, the different books will give different formulas. Okay. See this first one. AC of the test ear minus AC of the non-test ear greater or equal to minimum IA, that is 40. You require AC masking. Please don't remember that at all. It is just unnecessary. If you want me to explain, I can explain. That will take time. But please don't remember this. But remember this, when the AC of the test ear minus BC of the non-test ear is greater than minimum IA, then you have to do AC masking. Please remember, here it can be 40 or it can be 70. Why 40 or 70? If you are presenting tone through the headphone, it is 40. If you are presenting tone through the insert, then it will be 70. So I advise, if you are having insert phone, during initial stage, please use insert Most of the time you don't have to do mask. You can just avoid. So the threshold difference between BC and AC, you require 70 dB between the 2 ears, and most often you don't get such difference. Okay, so my advice is, initially when you are learning, please use insert if it is there. Most often you will not land up in doing masking, but if you are using headphone, you might miss out lot of time. The masking, though it is required, you might miss out. Okay. So this is again in the same definition. You don't require air opposite bone gap. That is air conduction threshold of 1 ear, bone conduction threshold of the other ear. If the gap is more than 40 dB or 70 dB, you have to do AC mask. So different people have defined differently. Don't break your head. Just remember this is enough. Because you know AC and BC. BC is always equal to or better than, the BC is always equal to or better than AC. So if this difference is there, if this difference is there, this difference will always be there. Okay, so this is the ultimate only the formula that you have to remember. Don't remember other things. Don't remember anything, any other formulas. Okay. Now here, do you think you require AC masking? If you are presenting through headphone, yes. Because it is 50 minus 40, how much is coming to this ear? 10. And what is your BC threshold? 0. Right. So that means there will be cross here. But if you are presenting through insert receiver, 50 minus 70, so it is minus 20, which is less than 0. So there will be no cross here. That is what I said. Insert receiver will solve lot of your problem. Why to do BC masking? This is one peculiar definition. In one hand we say interoral attenuation is 0, but here we talk about 10. The air conduction threshold of the test ear minus bone conduction threshold of the non-test ear is greater than 10. You have to do BC masking. Fine. Okay. Not 0. It is 10. Though we say it is, IA is 0. Okay. Simple reason is, for SN hearing loss, we consider difference is less than 10. Conductive hearing loss, it has to be greater than 10. Mixed hearing loss has to be greater than 10. So for that simple reason, the condition is 10. Here it is not 0. Just remember this, because otherwise your diagnosis will not change. Right. So if AC threshold of the test ear minus BC is less than 10, you don't have to do. If it is greater than, you have to do mask. Because if it is within 10, for example, it is 40 and this is 30, not tested BC is 30. If you take 30 dB also, you will be diagnosing this side as sensory neural hearing loss. Then why do you want to waste your time by doing masking? Right. So it is not required at all. Okay. Now, so this is all the examples of why 10 dB and all. This is all the justification. Now, this is, I advocate this the most. Okay. Wherever I go, I say, whether you learn audiology or not, please learn this for 2 reasons. One is, this particular test, that is audiometric Weber, it can help you to identify whether there is a middle ear pathology or not. Okay. So it indirectly works as an immitance meter. Okay. And it also tells you which ear you need to present noise. See, there is something called cross masking and all that. If you cross masking takes a lot of time. You mask this ear and get the mask threshold this ear. Again you mask this ear and get the mask threshold in the other ear. Patient will come and slap you if you continue to do that. Because pure tone audiometry takes a lot of time. So you need to know how to save your time, and this will help you to save your time. Okay. So the audiometric Weber is very, very important. Audiometric Weber, you do it at almost all the frequencies, all the DC. That will give you the better solution. So this is the way you should do it. Don't present too high intensity. Present just above the threshold. You will get a better result. Otherwise the recruitment might come into the picture. So that might mislead your result. Okay. So all that is going to do ACBC. Okay. Now, how does this help audiometric Weber? So the audiometric Weber, it is based on the lateralization principle, right? So you are presenting stimulus here. You are presenting through bone conduction. IA is 0, right? It is simultaneously same intensity will be going to both the ears. Now, which ear I am hearing? Okay. Okay. Which ear I am hearing? It depends on my bone conduction threshold. If my bone conduction threshold is better in this ear, because I am presenting through BC, if my bone conduction threshold is better here, I will be hearing it louder in this ear. If my bone conduction threshold is poorer in this ear, my this ear loudness will be less. So if I am hearing in this ear, if I am hearing louder, then only I will be able to say that I am hearing in this ear. That means to say that it is indirectly telling you that your bone conduction is better in this ear. Underline, this is important. Cross hearing is taking place through the bone conduction. So the Weber is telling you your bone conduction is better in the right ear. That means to say that cross hearing can happen only through the right ear and it will not happen through the left ear. So in that is the reason you have to mask the right ear and not the left ear. If you are hearing in the left ear, then you have to mask the left ear and get the masked BC from the other ear. So the Weber will help you to decide which ear you should mask during bone conduction masking. Because you know that is the ear through which cross hearing will be taking place. Underline. You want to come? Come. Okay. Quote unquote underline. Please remember that better ear concept is wrong here. It is not the better ear. It is the better inner ear. The better bone conduction. Now better ear is decided based on your air conduction threshold. I'll give you one simple example. Your Weber always lateralized to the poorer ear if the person has got conductive hearing loss. Right? So my AC is 50, my AC is 40 here. But I have got conductive hearing loss in both the sides. Right? But I will be hearing, my BC will be better in this ear. So Weber will tell me that my bone conduction is better in this. When my bone conduction is better in this, the cross hearing is only possible through this and not for this, though my better ear is the left ear. So the better ear concept is different and better inner ear or better bone conduction or better cochlea is different. So please note that. That is important. Okay. So that is what again I said, this will substitute your imitance. Suppose you have got asymmetrical hearing loss, person is lateralizing to the poorer ear, right? It means to say that the person has got conductive hearing loss. Many times because of the calibration, you might say there is a SN hearing loss, but Weber is showing something different. So all this Weber is very useful. Please, it can substitute. If you don't have imitance meter, it can give you idea about the middle ear status also. Right. So here, do you need masking? If you are presenting through headphone, yes, you need masking only in this particular frequencies for AC, okay, and BC, of course. AC because only in these frequencies it is going above 40 dB and this is not going above 40 dB. The difference between BC and AC of this is more than 40 dB here. But if you are using insert, you don't need masking at all. So please remember, the pure tone masking is frequency specific. Here you don't need masking at other frequencies, but you need masking at certain frequencies. when masking is not required, this is what most of us will do mistake. You ask anybody, they will say normal hearing you don't require, and you don't require in case of bilateral symmetrical hearing loss. This bilateral symmetrical hearing loss is absolutely wrong. I'll give an example. You have got 40 dB threshold here, you have got 40 dB threshold here. Your Weber is lateralizing to the left ear. You have got conductive hearing loss here. What will you diagnose in this ear? Will you say conductive hearing loss? Because your Weber is telling your left BC is better. You don't know your right BC, right? Unless until you do mask, you don't know your right BC. This year the person can have SN hearing loss, can have mixed hearing loss, can have conductive hearing loss. So unless until you do masking, you really don't know what is the type of hearing loss in the other ear. Though both the ears thresholds are 40. And on both the ears AC threshold is 40, we say it is a symmetrical loss or symmetrical hearing loss. So symmetrical hearing loss is not the criteria, it is the symmetrical sensory neural hearing loss. So this is the example of symmetrical sensory neural hearing loss. Okay, so if you take this BC falls within 10 dB of right ear also and left ear also. This BC falls within 10 dB of right ear also and left ear also. So both the ears, because your criteria to say SN hearing loss, AC-BC gap should be within 10 dB, and it is within 10 dB. So you can close your eyes and say it is sensory neural hearing loss. You don't have to do masking. One BC is enough. So please remember, it is bilateral sensory neural hearing loss and not bilateral symmetrical hearing loss. Okay. Now the major problem in bone conduction testing, this will come under pure tone audiometry. This is not a part of masking. The problem is twofold. One is the low frequency, other one is the high frequency. The low frequency problem is because of tactile sensation, and high frequency because of the calibration problem, that is what they say. And I can also say it may be because of the aerial radiation. There is a lot of aerial radiation. What is that I mean? Is that whenever you are presenting tone through bone vibrator at high frequencies, at high intensity, you sitting in the other room also you'll be able to hear there is a tone. Okay. So that means to say that the patient other ear, if they have got normal hearing, definitely they will be able to hear. So it is the high frequency and low frequency BC threshold, when your pure tone threshold is more than 60 dB or more, are not reliable. Okay. For the diagnosis purpose, you must consider only mid frequency, that is 1 kHz and 2 kHz threshold. Don't consider 4 kHz and 250 and 500, because there will always be a gap. So usually Silman and Silverman, they use a term, it is called essentially sensory neural hearing loss, though there is a airborne gap at low frequencies. Okay. So speech masking and AC masking follows the same rule. Okay, so I will not get into that. Now next is how much noise you should present. There are a lot of formulas. Okay, there are a lot of formulas to say how much noise you should present. Okay. One is, if you see Martin, so Martin says they present, I'm sorry, what is that? Yeah, Martin says initial masking level will be this much, and Studebaker says this much. That is presentation level minus IA. Something wrong. Plus airborne gap of the non-testing. Okay. Now, if you ask me, for the beginner, all the clinical practitioners, if you ask me, present noise minimum equal to AC of the non-testing. If you want to use safety factor, okay, if you want to use safety factor, all these formulas, if you think it is difficult, don't remember. But if you want to use safety factors, thing is, AC of the non-test year, if you present, there will be threshold shift if there is a cross hearing. But sometimes it may not happen though there is a cross hearing, because it is a behavioral threshold which can change up to 10 dB. So use a safety factor. So AC of the non-test year plus 10 dB you present, and if you see there is a change in threshold, either BC threshold or AC threshold, then follow the masking procedure. That is the shortcut method. But people want to go by formulas. I feel it is not required. I sincerely advise go by this. It is easy. AC of the non-test year, for your safety, add plus 10 more dB and go ahead with the masking. So you can get rid of this. But students, please, you have to remember this formula, Studebaker's formula. That is must. After you write the exam, forget it. So this is just the explanation why presentation level minus IA plus airborne gap. I will not get into this because I am telling not to use this. Use this only for the exam point of view, not for clinical practice. So this is not required. So this is all that you know, how to place transducers and all that. Now, okay. Now you need to find out two things. One is initial masking level. Forget about formulas. Okay. Do it AC of the test year plus 10 dB, but maximum you have to calculate. Because you should know it should not lead to over masking. Over masking will unnecessarily elevate your threshold and it will make you to give wrong diagnosis. Okay. So what is the maximum noise that you can present? Maximum noise, what is that you can present? IA plus BC of the test tube. Okay. IA plus BC of the test tube. Please remember, what is this IA here? Inter-oral attenuation. That is important. You need to remember IA for what? Here, IA is not for the signal, not for the tone. For tone, you said 40 or 70. But here, IA is through which transducer you are presenting noise. Okay? Through which transducer you are presenting noise. So it means to say that you can present that much of noise. For example, I am presenting noise here and my IA is 40. So I can easily present 40 dB noise because that will be attenuated while converting from air conduction to bone conduction. So that will not lead to cross hearing. That will not lead to over masking. But if it is going also, how much more I can present? I can present till it reaches the BC threshold of the test tube. So because once it reaches the BC threshold of the test ear, then only it will be audible in the test ear and then only it will be leading to over mask. Okay. So it means to say that I can present IA plus BC of the test ear. But problem here is, some suggest you must use safety factor of minus 5 dB because again it is a behavioral threshold. Even IA plus BC of the test ear might lead to over masking, so just reduce 5 dB lesser. This you have to remember because there is no other clue, but it's very simple. IA plus BC of the test ear, that's all you have to remember. Okay. So that is the safety factor you have to remember. This is basically, the safety factor is basically advocated by Martin. And I do agree with Martin because all are behavioral threshold. There can be over masking or under masking. So it is better to use safety factor. No. Now, how much to mask? Initial masking level to maximum masking level. Initial masking level, you know, I said, forget about all formulas for clinical practice. Remember, AC of the non-test ear plus 10 dB. and for maximum what is that you can go IA plus BC of the test. So you can manipulate anything within that range to find out the threshold. Now Norton's dilemma is not required because you have come across with the insert receiver. If you don't find out threshold through your insert receiver, at least you present noise through insert receiver, your maximum level goes up. So Norton's dilemma you don't have to think. But there are different techniques which are used for masking. There are minimum masking method procedure, maximum masking method procedure, heat and methods. You have got Turner's optimized masking method, but most importantly, Hood's platter method. That is ultimate for any audiologist to remember. Hood's method is the best, and it will be useful in any condition. Other method has got limitations. Some will be applicable here, some will not be applicable there. Okay. But what I am trying to say is that the two methods which you can remember to save your time. One is maximum masking method, other one is the Hood method. Okay, Hood's platter method. Now Hood platter method is important for you to find out BC threshold. For BC masking, there is no option other than going for platter method. Okay. Whereas, once you have established BC threshold, you can just adopt maximum masking method for AC masking, speech masking or any other masking. Because you know that that is the maximum level of noise you can present. But for BC you can't do that because you have not established the BC threshold. So for BC masking you have to follow a platter method, whereas after establishing BC threshold for clinical purpose, close your eyes, present maximum noise and find out masked AC, masked BC and all that. Okay, that will give you most accurate result with lesser time. But plateau is masked for BC. Okay. Now how do you establish BC? There are a few more slides. Fine. How do you establish BC? This is fine. Okay. You are presenting 30 dB, so the left ear threshold is AC threshold is 20 dB, and you are presenting at 30 dB. 20 plus 10 is initial masking level, and find out the BC threshold. Okay, there is a response. Increase it by 10 dB, it's 40 dB. From 30 to 40 you have increased, you have got response at 20 dB, and then increase by 10 dB, you got presented at 50, you have got a response at 20. So that means to say that you have achieved plateau. 2 consecutive increase in 10 dB noise. If threshold remains the same, that means you have achieved plateau. Okay. But it is most difficult if you get a unilateral sensory neural hearing loss. It's very difficult because your BC of the test ear will be keep changing, and every time you have to recalculate your maximum, and that is why you have to go for plateau method. Fine. Here I will tell you, presented 30 dB, okay, 20 dB no response, presented what is this? Okay, so 30 dB is constant, you are increasing by 5 dB, 25 you have not got a response, again at 30 dB you have got a response. So here your threshold has changed from 20 to 30 dB without changing your noise, that means you have not got plateau. So this says that your re-established threshold of right ear BC is 30 dB, and your maximum noise that you can present is now 30 plus IA. Initially you have started with 20 plus IA. because you assume that your BC of the right ear is 20 dB. But when you presented 30, this is not leading to overmasking. When it will lead to overmasking? When you present more than 20 plus 40. But you are presenting below that. Right, so this threshold shift is not happening because of overmasking. This threshold is shifting because this tone was audible in this ear, and with the noise there is a shifting threshold. So the new established threshold is 30 dB, and your masking level, the maximum masking level should be 30 plus IU for noise. Then you increase the noise, 40 dB. Presented 30, no response. Again 40 dB, you are increased by 5 dB tone, no response, increased by 5 dB, came to 40 dB, and there is a response. So now your new established BC for right ear is 40. So your maximum calculation should be 40 plus interaural attenuation. Please note, that is why plateau is important for BC. Maximum noise will be keep changing in case of unilateral hearing loss cases. So here you are presenting 40 to increase it to 50, and it is response is still there, 60 dB response is still there. So that means to say that it is, you have obtained that. Okay, so that means this year threshold is 4. Okay, so once you establish this, then you can go for the maximum masking method for AC masking and remaining speech masking and all that. Okay, so at the end, I just want to tell you the take-home message is that BC, please remember, BC is always better than AC threshold or equal to AC threshold. This is very common. All of you have seen it, except few conditions where because of the aging there can be ossification, the 500 at BC might come down, where you might see some cases of skull fracture and all that. But in general, 99.9% of the cases, BC is equal to or better than AC threshold. Masked BC threshold can never be better than unmasked BC threshold. Please remember, you mask, because of the noise, sometimes client will respond and you will get better BC threshold. You don't realize that they are responding for the noise. So it should strike you that the masked BC threshold can never be better than unmasked BC. That means your instruction is wrong. You need to re-instruct the client and get the BC threshold. Masked threshold can be equal to unmasked threshold. That is very rare because the central masking effect will come into play. I will not tell you what is central masking. That is, again, I don't want to confuse you. But it is very rare. The masked threshold can be either poorer or at the most it will be equal to unmasked. When AC masking is required, all the maskings are required. And when BC masking is required, you don't require AC masking, you don't require SRT masking, but you might require SIAC masking. Because the presentation level for SI is SRT plus 40. That itself is 40 dB. Okay. So this I have already said. Present AC of the non-test ear plus 10 dB for clinical purpose. For students, please remember this. I have not talked about this because I am just going purely to clinical purpose, so I am not getting into that. Plateau to obtain BC threshold and maximum masking method to obtain remaining, this shortcut method. You will get 100% accurate results. Audiometric vibrator to decide which ear to be masked and also to cross check your PTA results. So this will substitute your impedance result. Okay? So with that I conclude my speech. Hope I was clear, hope I made all of you to be happy. If you have any doubts, you please ask me, I will answer. Now I am open to question. Yeah, please.
Take consider of ABG gap only 1K and 2K, not lower frequencies. So can you do that?
I'll repeat it. Don't worry, I'll repeat it. I respect your views, man. Don't worry. What? What I said is, this is 25 and this is 40. Okay, this is 250 and 500. Now, there is something called tactile sensation, right? And this happens for bone conduction more than air conduction. Okay. So when you present high intensity at low frequencies, person may not be hearing, but they will feel it. And the response what you get because of feeling and not because of auditory response. So because of that you get an airborne gap. So just because you are getting an airborne gap, it doesn't mean that there is a conductive component. Okay. And same thing can happen even at 4 kilohertz. 4 kilohertz, it is not the tactile sensation, it happens because the aerial radiation. The signal will, there will leakage of signal to the air and it can be heard by the other ear. So BC might be covered. Right. Any other doubts? Right. Which one? I sincerely suggest you start from the lower level. If they are not saying which ear they are hearing, increase in 5 dB step. Okay. You go increase it till they say that I am hearing in the center or right or left. Don't present at 40 dB or 60 dB because if there is recruitment, because of the loudness, there can be asymmetry in recruitment. That might mislead you. So if there is asymmetry in recruitment, what happens is, the ear in which there is more loudness grows, the person will automatically say he is hearing in that ear. So that might mislead your diagnosis. You just increase it above the, you increase till they respond, there's right, left or center. It is usually 5 to 10 dB, it will come. Most often it will 5 to 10 dB. It's a problem, let me tell you, the most of the audiometers are calibrated for the mastoid placement. It is not calibrated for the forehead placement. So you require additional energy for the forehead placement. So usually you will reach that level by 5 dB above the threshold, 5 to 10 dB. No, that is what I mean. It depends on his or her BC threshold. No. You have to continue to increase till he or she responds. If he is not responding, that means his BC threshold is more than that. Any other doubts? Oh my God. This is a $1 million question. Please. The most senior person sitting in this hall is asking questions.
No, don't worry.
I am not worried.
Since we are concentrating on simultaneous masking, and most of the time simultaneous masking is checking signal to noise ratios, right? So when we decide whether the threshold is elevated or decreased, it is all how the ear is resolving the signal to noise ratio. I wanted to make that point clear, that's all.
Okay. Let me tell you what Madam is trying to say is, that is the exact reason why do you have to add air-bone gap. To equalize the signal to noise ratio, you have to add air-bone gap. I said I didn't want to go there because that will make things complicated. I tried to make things very simple, easy for everybody, even for the students and even for the clinical practitioner. Presentation level minus IA plus air-bone gap is mainly to make the signal to noise ratio equal.
Can you repeat that bilateral conductive giving us how to find out the conductiveness or cardiac pathology? You were explaining now.
Okay, yes. Probably you are talking about bilateral conductive hearing loss, having one ear having 40 dB, another ear having 50 dB. You are talking about that.
Audiometric BC when we are doing that.
Weber. Audiometric Weber. Now, the Weber principle is, the outcome of the Weber is, in sensory neural hearing loss, person will lateralize to the better ear. In conductive hearing loss, person will lateralize to the poorer ear. Okay. Now, sensory neural hearing loss, it is in better ear because better ear BC is better. In conductive hearing loss, the more the conductive component, the BC becomes better. Okay, BC improves. There can be a hell lot of reason. The book what you get, that may not be the exact reason. It can also be because of the more the conductive component, there will be more the attenuation of environmental noise. So there is a lesser masking effect. That can also contribute. So forget about that. So the BC becomes better in the poorer ear. So I am doing my work. If my BC is shifting to poorer ear, it says that the person has got conductive hearing. And if it is shifting to the better ear, it is sensory neural hearing. Any other doubts? Okay, so thank you, because I think we are running short of time. Then oral presentation. So if any other doubts, you can ask me. I am there only till today. I am not there from tomorrow onwards. Right. Unfortunately, I have to go back. So I'm sorry, Sundaresh. No issue.
Thank you, sir, for an insightful and informative session on clarifying the mysterious area of masking. Your perspective were truly valuable, and we were all thoroughly engaged by your presentation. Your passion for audiology really came through the words, and we are grateful for the knowledge and inspiration you shared with us today. Once again, we are deeply grateful for your presence. Thank you, sir.
Sir, your commitment to push the boundaries of knowledge, your rigorous research and your innovative discoveries have opened new avenues. Your passion for exploring new horizons, your relentless pursuit for answers and your willingness to share your wisdom with other exemplaries. You are indeed an inspiration to all of us, sir. On this evening, on behalf of all of us, I request Dr. R. Sundareshan to kindly felicitate Dr. Animeshwaran. Time to refuel and re-energize for the rest of the day. Kindly join us for tea.
Oral presenters, kindly upload your presentations. Oral presenters, kindly upload your presentations. We'll have a parallel session. Oral presentation will be done in this hall and poster presentation will be happening in the next floor. Swati, is it recording? Swati, is this recording?
Light எரியுது அங்க ரெட் லைட் எரியுது
கால் பண்ணுறோம் நீ பேசுகிற ரெக்கார்டிங்
recording class ready.